And hello, everyone. Hello. They have not popped up yet. There they are. I had them pop up, and I don't know why they I try to pre-populate our cameras so that when we show up, you don't get the little gray X's. But
here we are.
OBS. Here we are. Hi, everyone. So, welcome. Welcome. I'm so happy to have you here. This is the season 1 finale of the Pirates of Drinax, the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And this is the Academic Foxhole. This is one of the best crews of players in the universe. And I'm going to, at some point in time, embarrass them all with more specifics about why that is. But I'm not certain when my spirit will be moved to do that, but it is going to happen because people know that I'm a pretty cruel and harsh GM whose whole purpose is to destroy my players. And I find the best way to destroy them is with all sorts of compliments and love, and it is going to happen because it is the season 1 finale. So there's going to be, unfortunately, a lot of compliments and love happening their way, and I don't think there's anything they can do about that.
That tracks because, like, the most dangerous thing you can do as a GM is offer someone a bowl of soup. Like, you do that, and I just worry. I just worry.
Yeah. Yay. So excited. Sadly for us, Rocket Fox is not here tonight because she has been kidnapped by spacers, and I wouldn't worry too much, though, because she's probably going to beat them all in psychic combat and then come back later. I'm not... as Skeptic says, I feel bad for the spacers.
Yeah, I'm more worried for them. Rocket, she's got them.
Oh, yes. So this is our last episode of season 1, but we are renewed for season 2. Which I'm very excited about. Now, you might think, what's the renewal process like? I mean, how does that work? Well, I ask the crew, hey, do you want to do a season 2? And they say yes or no. And they said yes. So, yay, we'll be having a season 2. We'll be coming in at the end of March. In between now and then, we'll be doing some other things. And I will tell you about those later. Bit of a surprise. But I've got to do the thing. Thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you, everyone who's here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for telling your friends. And I should also just let the Discord know that we are indeed live, which, by the way, we are Discord. And you can always help us out if you like by... That's it. No extra teas. You can always help us out by giving tips and bits if you like, or becoming one of our Patreons. We read out tips and bits messages at the intermission at the end. And also, you can tell your friends, you can watch the show, you can leave comments, all that's good stuff. You can also support these players, these wonderful players. And I feel like that's all is that all, everything I say? I feel like it is. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm going to have our players introduce themselves. But it is this moment where I have to take notes for their doom.
I figured out where the channel points are.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, thank you for reminding me. We also have channel points, everyone. And for those channel points, what you do is you can create a passenger to be picked up by this crew at some point in time. Now, so far, they've only been in one sort of passenger space, but if you give channel points, they do not go away. Like, if you make a passenger, it stays on my queue until that passenger gets on that ship. Now, if they leave the ship where they're supposed to go, or if they're spaced by one of our crew members, it's really unclear. One can never really, I mean, I'm not the boss of my players. They might just...
We don't do murder. We don't.
Okay.
Yet.
Oh my God.
Anyway, sometimes people just leave early in the middle of a jump space. It's fine. So, so make some passages if you like.
Rock and roll.
Each of the channel points, however many channel points you would spend, is actually how many credits it would cost in the game of Traveler for that passage, because, That's what I think is exciting. It makes me happy. And let me see. I feel like that. So let me go and have the players introduce themselves, introduce who they're playing, and here's my question for each of them. I hope you're ready. Now,
Ready.
before I actually ask the question, I do want to reiterate that the questions that I ask are almost always to sort of deepen my knowledge of the characters, sort of like a way of like progressive character creation and for ammunition, for later. I mean, just to know stuff. And you should always be suspicious of whatever question I ask or that I'm going to ask questions because who knows what sort of dangerousness is involved in that process. And so, if you might, say who you are, which character you're playing, and please answer this question. What do you love the most about each of the players here? Because I want that before we even get into this episode. I want to know what you love the most about each of the other players. In other words, please give soup to your fellow players. I don't even have to do it
Oh.
myself.
Soup.
Yeah.
God.
Very
Oh
fun.
God.
Yeah.
Are we talking? We're the players, not the characters.
Yes,
The players.
the players. What you love about them the most.
His soup is getting personal.
Oh, the soup is getting personal, and I'm gonna start.
Soup is getting personal.
I'm gonna start with Cord. Mythematic, please start us off, if you would. Who you
Oh,
are.
I thought
who
you were going to give me
playing,
compliments. Oh, okay.
and then give soup to everyone, including to Rocket.
Of course. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord or Mythematic. You can follow me at mythematic.tv, where I have all the links of the things that you can follow me on and support me and stuff. I am playing Baron Severance. He's a rogue, or no, he's not. I always do this. He is a clone that has gone rogue,
Yes.
and is he was stranded on Drinax and is now trying to live his best Drinaxian life, and trying to, of course, do what he can for the good of the people of the Empire of Drinax. So that is fun. And I was talking in the beginning of this, or before, in the green room, to Trooper and to everybody about how great this is. This is a lot of fun. I get to play this every week, and I get to also play Severance, but I get to play the system, which is a lot of fun. And I can't imagine a better GM than Trooper to be able to do this. There's a lot of times where the yes and I've seen in various shows and games that I've played in, but none are better than the ways that Trooper is able to take a small nugget from backstory or even just a question in the beginning of the session, and then able to uh, spin that around and deliver it to you on a platter. And also, there are times like the scene we had last week where a lot of it I didn't necessarily, I feel like we both knew 60% of how the conversation was going to go, and then we just sort of role played and had a really cool scene. So it was not and that was because of just Trooper's ability to say yes and to tell the story. So thank you so much, Trooper, for all of that. Ari, I just met you this season, and it's been so much fun to play and get to know you, and to role play with you, and to talk about fucked up circus playlists, and as well as what the energy you bring, and the you have a very versatile way of supporting someone else's scene without needing to be the scene, and that's always really cool to be a part of and to watch and to play with. So thank you for being such a supportive person and also being such a supportive player. It's really cool to see you know your craft very well and know when the scene is theirs and when it's not, and when a when a voice line or whether something that Terica does will then be the spine of whatever that subject is for Terica for that episode, like the insufferable man and things like that, all last episode. So it was just really cool to see those nuggets and those threads be sown, or those seeds be sown throughout the episodes and throughout this campaign. So thank you for that. And Greg, it's always a pleasure to play with you, buddy. We've played in several games together, and you have amazing heroic one-liners that I love. Like, because I am never ready for them, and you always have the best thing and the coolest thing your character could say is always said, and it's so sweet. Because you don't need to. I ramble a lot when I role play. I feel like you. It's like it's quantity for my lines and quantity about what I'm saying before I get to where I need to. But I feel like it's quality for you. You say very little amount of lines for the message to get across, and that is super awesome to see and to have the player confidence and also to know the character so well to be able to do such a thing. So it's just really cool to see and watch that happen. I learn a lot from you, and it's so cool to play with you, so thank you so much for that. And Rocket, wherever you are, I know that you are I know that you're out selling stuff at a thing, at a market or something. Anyway, I really hope that's going well. And it's always so wonderful playing. This is my second time playing with you, Rocket. And it's always so great to have such a bold player and a bold character, well, character, but here, but a bold player be willing to take the reins in such badass maneuvers, like being able to take the leadership role, and as well as start to use the passion that you have, Rocket, to be able to fuel your character's charisma and leadership, and to then pull others through a scene. And it's always super cool to see and to be a part of that. So thank you so much for that. And chat, thank you so much for being here. You are so wonderful. And I don't have the chat open when I play these games, but I do know, and I go back and I watch these, and you have all been so supportive and so exciting. And so it's been so exciting for me to chat about this game with you, whether it be in my own chat or in the Discord and such. So thank you for that. Thank you for being a part of this, and thanks for being a part of the community. Tonight I'm playing Baron Severance. He has a bunch of spandex now, and I don't know when I'm ever going to wear it. That's it. That's me. Thank you, and I'll see you at the end when I meet again, and then we talk about how the episode went. That's
It's
me.
also latex, not
Latex.
spandex. That's
Excuse me.
really important.
Latex, not spandex. Excuse me. One's way
'Cause-
less breathable.
And
Yeah.
every
'cause-
day.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Every day.
Every
is
day,
when-
yeah, every day.
Every
I was
day.
gonna wear it today, but I did have a green long sleeve shirt that is like lime grease chroma green, and it would have been hilarious if I knew where it was. I think I threw it out. If I knew where it was, so I could just at some point put it on in between, like when I fade back in, and just be like, "Don't look at me." Like that would have been hilarious, but I don't know where that is, and I think I threw it out. So that you just get to enjoy that image of me potentially just being ahead and not having the green screen, and then you having to figure out put the
But
anyway.
you need
That's
to
me.
cut out a peck window. That's
Right. Yeah.
Very
Oh,
important.
it
It's
is.
very fashionable.
Yeah, that's true. It's a peck peep window, I believe you called it.
peck peep window.
Peck
And
peep
remember,
window.
spandex breathes way more than latex does, and
Oh
that's
yeah.
important.
And that is important. Mhm. Mhm.
Next up, of course, is the one, the only, the amazing Ari.
Oh, geez. Hi. Let's see. I'm Ari. I'm playing Tarika. And oh, I really should have been thinking about exactly what I wanted to say, but I wasn't because I was thinking about what it was being said. And so this is from just sort of like the place that has like existed inside me, which is um I said this a little bit earlier as well in the green room, which was the way that you bring characters together on screen, Trooper. It's just you, every single show that I've worked with you on, you create this like magical environment where people can connect and have the safety between each other to try crazy fucking stunts with our characters and know that like we can trust each other as players to take care of ourselves, even if the character is not okay. And that is this insane, like insanely high EQ technique that you've got that I am so in honor of, like in awe of, because I think it's just amazing. And it creates these magical spaces and these moments where people get stabbed or killed or whatever, and we're still having fun as players. I think that's really cool. Okay, myth. So I've played opposite people who play like chaotic characters or evil characters that are very challenging to work with. But you bring this realism to the table in a way that offers options to people while still like throwing wrenches into the mix. And these wrenches come as these like gorgeous gifts that really make it easy to play off of. You're like, oh yeah, this chaos. Oh, this chaos is fun. Let's do this shit. And I think that is another like really like that takes a lot of skill, man, because you can have that go sideways so fast. And when it goes sideways with you, it goes sideways in this like roller coaster way. And you're like, yeah, like you're on the ride, you're not dying. And that takes a lot of skill, man. And I really think that's amazing. I love it so much. Okay. I really should have thought about all of these beforehand, but I didn't. So here we are.
This is me being
Greg.
the evil GM. This is what I do.
This is so evil. And I know I'm just giving you fodder is what I know is happening.
Yep.
And I don't know how it's going to come out. Greg, one of the things that I really, really like about the characters that you bring to the table is, well, actually, it's this way that you set up like the multidimensional facet of your character. Like you have this doctor who cares about people, and also spoilers, if you haven't seen the last episode, go watch the last episode before you come here. I'm gonna wait. Okay.
It was that.
We watched The Good Doctor do murder last week, and all at the same time, it was within character. Like that didn't work. It was like, this is another facet of the same person. And I think that is super cool. And like, that takes a lot of skill. And scene. Rocket! Oh my gosh, because you're not here. Rocket, I'm so sorry. So I've had the pleasure of like playing with Rocket in another really intense, very easy to kill you RPG. And one of the things that I really appreciated is this like way that she's got of sitting down one-on-one with characters who are in the middle of distress and helping them get to a better place. So like you can know that your character is a really tough spot, but you can trust her leadership skills to really just like help you get your character to a place where they can function again. And like between that and the fact that like I don't think I've ever seen her play a character that I would want to fuck around with in a bad way. Like I'm just like, yeah, that's the one I would want in like at my back in a fight at any given day. So like to be able to play with Rocket again has been amazing, just fucking amazing. And I'm so glad that you have your show because like that is very exciting. And also I miss you very much. Both of those things are true. Okay. Now and scene.
And scene, which brings us over to Grimjack. And by the way, I did notice a spike, but that looks to have been an internet in the Twitch spike that happened there. There's a little dip. I noticed it. I don't think it was us. But Greg, whose favorite dip is spicy salsa? I don't know.
All I'm thinking about right now is Doritos from the earlier conversation. So,
yeah.
Not me. I'm thinking about the other thing.
I wonder if Mr. Whitaker is currently eating Doritos. That's the image that I will carry with me for the next several
I wonder
hours.
if he knows where to go through the beaded curtains.
I bet you he does it quick. Anywho, hi everybody. My name is Grimjack2150. Right. Hey, who doesn't like inside jokes? Grimjack 21502. I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey tonight here on Traveler Pirates of Drinax. Okay, so I'm going to make this short and sweet because this is my feelings for each of the people that we see here and Fox, whom we do not. But every time I think of somebody, I think of my favorite moment of playing with them character-wise. You know, well, you know, and it's not to say my favorite, but memorable, where I knew, a safe table, a safe friend, someone to play with and be able to challenge one another. So I'll start with Ari, since this is our first time playing together in this wonderful season. But I knew very, very early on when we had that stepbrothers moment where our characters, did we just become best friends? Yes. And a lot of times when you are in character creation and somebody poses the question, hey, we should be siblings, or hey, we could be a married couple, or hey, we should be best friends. And you go, yeah. And then like 2 sessions later, you go, this is a terrible idea. But I've never felt that way about Terica. In fact, I felt the exact opposite, that it so organically came around that Val and Terica would be supportive of one another, would be friends, would be going on this adventure, you know, come hell or water high. I bought into it hook, line, and sinker, and I'm continuing to, despite what may occur over the next couple hours. I can't wait, because best friends they are, and it is so nice to have a friend to play best friends with and to never regret that. For Fox, and for those of you that know, Fox was, and forever will be my greatest motorcycle dance partner. And for those that know, and it was at that moment, during that show, during that time, that I knew I had a genuine RP friend who would go on crazy adventures with me and dance on motorcycles, even if it was in the most hellish of circumstances. Myth, my friend, we have played together quite a bit, as you mentioned, and I will always remember I met you for about 10 minutes DMing a game.
Yeah.
And as soon as we started the game, maybe 5 minutes into it, you and I were in one of the greatest improv screaming matches that I've ever had, where my NPC character was screaming at your PC. We were talking
Hello.
over one another, what you should never do, especially on a streamed show. But it somehow worked. It was glorious. And in my mind, during that exchange, I thought to myself, okay, yes, I found another friend, and this is a good thing. You said an old dog can't find old friends. I did, and then I found new friends, and that was great. And finally, Trooper, my friend, you and I have done, we've gone on many adventures. We've kicked the dirt of many worlds. We have killed vampires, become vampires, and everything in between. And I am here for those adventures, this adventure, and all of the adventures left to come, with a smile on my face and a warmth in my heart, because this table is the best I've ever known. And that is because of you. And as everyone says, it's because you know safety, you know warmth, you know goodness, because you are all of those, and your table reflects that. See you in the stars.
And so, with all of that said, I want all of that there because I want us to have all a good feeling when we walk into this last episode.
Freaks me out.
There are things I will tell you all later, of course. But one thing I will say is that there are, and I'm telling you this now, not at the end, because I want this in your mind when whatever happens today happens, whatever that might be. There are many games, and there are games that you know are like these deep, meaningful games dealing with the questions of the universe. And then there are games that are like good, like, oh, we're going to just have some popcorn and have some fun. And some games people assume are that, and some games people assume are the other. And Traveler, I said, I've always wanted to run Traveler. I mean, I actually have run Traveler before, but I've not run it in like this system. I said, I also did not run it in this era. I ran it in the old time, the old time of Traveler, in the Traveler timeline. And I thought, I think I want to do a real good in the sort of classic time frame. And I thought, this will be good. And, you know, Traveler, it'll be fine. And then things happened. and I'm going to say a couple of things. I have to be very careful about this. I, as a GM, am a very sandboxy GM that really believes in sort of creating a world, being the referee, and then just seeing what happens, exploring what are the consequences of actions and reactions. And what I most want to know is who the characters are, if they are who they think they are, if they will remain who they think they are, what is the relationship between them and everyone else, and how they will develop and change. That has always been what I've been most interested in, is who they are. And it's a kind of a existential philosophical exploration that I've always been very, very interested in. And I thought, well, we'll just see how Traveler goes. We'll just see how it goes. I'm interested. And you all did things, unfortunately for you, that were amazing. Little things from the very first episode. You gave me little presents, and you may not have even known that you gave me little presents, but you did. You gave me questions and presents that were some of the deepest philosophical conundrums and questions that players have ever given me. And I think this is the beauty of science fiction, to be honest, that you can get really interesting ways to think about things on a very deep level. And for all of the fun, which I do think that's very fun, each one of you has given me a present that deals with the nature of the self and who you are. Each character has had various crises, but larger, very science fiction challenges. And not science fiction in the woo rocket ship way, but in how is our connection to reality? How is our connection to others? Where do we slip in between the line of who we think we are and who we are? What is the relationship between our mind and our body? What is the relationship between our dreams and our reality? What is our relationship between the things we hope and dream for and the things we have to settle for? How do we manage failure, defeat, trauma, but an infinite realm of possibilities? And each one of you, in your own way, have given me remembrances of films and of books. And those things range from Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, Dead Ringers, The Lathe of Heaven, various transhumanist things as well, Scanners, many, many things. And each one of those things that you kept giving me has built a little bit of what has gone from episode 1 to now and onwards. Especially the ways, Flash Gordon, especially the ways in which... Alive? Rashomon, as a matter of fact, is another one that has been quite on my mind for this show. The ways in which... Oh, actually, also that scene in Back to the Future where Marty saw the Doc get shot, but didn't get to see the rest of that scene and did not know what else was happening in that moment. And the ways in which all of you have built these spaces where you've all seen little bits of something, but have given me presents to say that I haven't seen it all. And I'm very excited for puppies. I think there's a displacer puppy. I'm very excited for this moment. Oh, I should also say instincts. My dad said, when you want to sort of try to figure out something about people, you've got to go and look to their instincts. Not what they say necessarily or what they do, but in a moment when there's a bit of a crisis, what is their instinct? What do they do in that moment? And each one of you has given me instincts for your character that have transformed, whether or not you know it, although you'll find out little bit by little bit what is happening in this universe, because the instincts of each of your character has shaped reality in ways that you may not know. And I'm very excited for that. And I have to tell you that because we have to start with some instincts.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Cool.
Last session. Nothing much happened, really. Well, That's not true. Last session, it was supposed to be fairly relaxed and easy. It was a trip in jump space, traveling in that somewhere between 6 to 8 days that jump space takes to get from one space to the next. As you left Marduk. By the way, I have a present for you all at the end of this session that is just as glorious as the last present, which was a lime green latex suit. Just as glorious. I just want you to be excited about this. You will love it. Everybody here will love it, and I'm so excited.
Oh, I am. Yes.
It's gonna be so. But you don't get it until the end, as your end present. So it was a jump space, and in that jump space, jump space is odd. Because after all, jump space is another dimension, right? It's a pocket dimension. You leave this reality in some ways and find yourself in limbo, in some place that is some kind of here, but kind of not. And somehow you're able to, in this strange suspended animation of jump space, live for a week or so and emerge, hopefully, where you planned to be. It's a tricky line to thread the needle to plot your way through what is really in some ways an alternate dimension, as the Baron was trying to explain to his wife, who was not quite getting what he was saying, because there are things that she doesn't know, of course. And in this space, you all had dinner and breakfast and lunch. People did the things they do. They studied, they read, they complained about the steward, they healed, they bonded. And when you emerged in the Thebes system, you came upon an imperial speed check, as it were. Customs check, perhaps. And it was a ship, an imperial patrol cruiser, wanting to check out your wares to make sure you had nothing illegal on board, which somewhat surprising considering, well, you did indeed have something illegal on board. But as it turns out, the illegal drugs that you had stolen in your privateer moment was not at all what they were looking for. They were looking for something else. Something carried by two women, very, very dangerous, and needing to be confiscated immediately. And it's this moment when you were hailed, when the doctor, because of Wes, noting that the grebes were not eating, that there might be something wrong. And it turns out 5 of those grebes were full of some very, very dangerous drugs. Not like, let's go have some fun at a party kind of drugs, but like very experimental, unknown, psychic and boosting drugs that probably highly addictive, dangerous, and potent. The person, the captain, who was about to do this, turns out to have been the same captain who was the wife of the Baron, and who had a complicated feeling about seeing her husband again. Because her husband stole something very, very powerful that had been in her family for a very long time, a gem. A green gem that is warm to the touch and glows, and was part of her royal lineage, her noble lineage for a very long time, but also did strange kind of war criminal experiments on the people of their planet in order to perfect cloning. Apparently done.
Oh, look at me. It wasn't me.
Well, wasn't it? I mean, it's the same body. The hands that you currently use were the same hands that vivisected people. A lot of people. The same body that you're in is the exact same body that did all of those things. Your mind may not have done it, your body did. As we learn, after all, that the Baron, in a very inspired by, in some ways, whatever happened to Baby Jane moment, the Baron believed all this time that he had killed the Prime, the Baron, that he stabbed and murdered this Baron. But that wasn't true. The Baron has been dueling with sabers for a very long time. Our Baron killed Severance. But we learned something about Severance's instincts on that shuttle down to Marduk. When Severance gets into a panic, a instinctual and not completely conscious jump happened. And in that moment, when the Baron gave a fatal wound to our Severance, the same instinct kicked off, and our Severance jumped into the Baron's body. And the Baron was killed by his own hand, I suppose. Somewhat. It's a bit complicated. And our Severance found himself in the Prime's body. And that's been a moment. Eleanor, the lady, Marymore, left without seeing what all there was to see. Distracted from a whole history of inability to have children, infidelity, disappointment, love, pain, and jealousy. And in this moment, when her husband left her, with all of the crap that he did, to see that he is hiding out with his daughter, the daughter that she could not give him, the daughter, the son, the child, the beloved, the offspring of a very powerful, calculating Drinaxian noble named Lady Hill, who has many plans upon plans upon plans, and who had been hiding a clone of her lover for 30-something years on a bombed-out planet. And seeing Tarika was a bit of a stab in the back. Speaking of stabs in the back, our good doctor cares very much about this crew and cares very much about the people of Asim and of Drinax. And this doctor will not let anyone harm those that he cares about. Not Tarika, not Severance, not the Harlock, not the people. And our doctor's very, very good at what he does. And it turns out these passengers lied to our crew. Not just lied to our crew, but made it so that if there were some sort of problem, our crew would be left holding the bag for something that is probably execution worthy. And our doctor did not like that. And our doctor has his own instincts. And those instincts are to protect. And our doctor has a history of ruthlessness that we may yet to learn about. And in this moment of interrogation, someone died. Someone who betrayed this group. But all of that has been cleaned up. People in low birth. The instinct to be a leader in his own way, as he has been for quite some time. In learning perhaps some questions about what exactly this white rabbit, which has been in his subconscious all along, what it might mean. and Terica, they have an instinct to protect and to save and to care. Terica cares for the ship and for the people that they know. Terica runs. There's an instinct to run away from responsibility, from lineage, from the past, from heritage, from all of those burdens. And they have been running a bit all this time, but I don't know if they can run much longer. The patrol gone, they are left in their ship. The phenomenal and fabulous, the Gambler. The Harlock, of course, has her own instincts, which have to do with very deep cover espionage work and observation, shall we say. And as this ship freed from their inspection, safe for the moment, makes the long journey that'll take some time, perhaps a day or two, to get to Thebes, where there promises to be absolutely nothing but perhaps a great hunt. There was a hail from an Aslan ship who wanted to flag them down. And this is theoretically the moment that we will begin. Theoretically. But let me ask something else first. Terica,
Yep.
you have a family crest.
Yes. Unfortunately, my mother loves it.
No, except that this one you found on Marduk.
Yes, with that stone.
Yes, a green stone. Warm to the touch, with an inner glow. That feels like something. This found in the ruins of what might have been some sort of building of your own lineage. In a planet that might have been one where your family had served.
Mm. Based on the extensive education that my mother gave me regarding our crest and memorabilia, etc., would I happen to have any insight or information about why this stone is warm to the touch?
That is a very good question. I'm going to need... What's tricky about this is there are layers of complicated cultural taboo.
That
So
sounds
I'm
like
going
my
to
mother.
need... Oh, yes, it does. I'm going to need a roll from you. I'm going to need something about history or mythology. What might we have that might get you access to an old history of fairy tales and stories of your family?
I'm very... I have a great education, and particularly as a diplomat, perhaps we might pull from that.
You may roll this, but I will note you will get different answers than if you rolled education and, I don't know, history. You have,
Fair.
do you have this is how it is. All different information, not better or worse, just different.
Just
Um,
different.
just different. Do you have any science
But
as a skill?
I do not actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious. I just wanted to know because that is a possibility, as it were. So in that case, if you would, please roll education and diplomat. And what I'm going to tell you will be based on the things that you would know from diplomatic events, uh, dinners, state dinners, training on how to be a diplomat and how to um, interact with others.
Would education and language give me more insight into the history of it, considering that I speak Old Santalian, or
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
rather
That
than
would
the
give you different
diplomatic side
things.
of things?
That would give you different things.
Okay.
That would be about thinking about roots of languages and what sort of how language shifts might give you some kind of insight into something that may not be said now. It's your choice, which would be more interesting for you.
I think, considering I'm most curious about the gem itself, we're going to go with diplomat.
All right. Please roll it. 7 is not an 8.
Oh, but you know what? I'm super
Hmm.
lucky. Like
You
super
are.
lucky. I'm
You
very
are.
lucky. So I'm definitely going to use some luck to move that up to an 8. Yeah.
Mhm. If you roll it up to a 10, which is the next difficulty level, you get a bit
Mhm.
more.
Okay, we're definitely doing that then. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky.
Okay. So, diplomat. Things first. Your mother holds the crest, and it is, how do I put this? I think you have touched on this earlier about your great ancestor. Uh, there's a bit of a matrilineal sort of situation in the family. Voluntary, in many ways, what gender a person is not necessarily biology or destiny, but it is acceptance of position, if that makes any sense. Uh, Gender in this way is a position one can take, and especially as it is about duty in various ways, if that
Mm.
makes any sense. Um, in There are numerous cultures wherein there is a male, a female, a third, a fourth, or a fifth gendered position, rank, title, role, with various responsibilities and duties. And these things are not necessarily, these things are things that one can choose, and can, they go to the one who should have it, if that makes any sense.
Mm.
Right? If the fourth gendered spot is the spot that you should have, then you may choose that spot. Um, there are communities that have rituals and formalities, what in other, I suppose, more Terran sort of spaces, if you are of a certain class and space, a debutante ball or some such thing, but a sort of a way, a means to come into the role that you will have within your society. And there are ways in which people can choose these things. And within this, these sort of realms of nobility, within these spaces, which is not all of the charted space is large, and there have been many, many empires that have stretched over many, many systems. And even though you have the Great Third Empire, which is one large, massive thing, it is also made up of the remnants of other. empires and systems. And there is a swath of things that sort of cultural elements that have hit that were part of Sindal, part of Drinax, part of parts of the Empire, different parts of spaces where these are things that are chosen who you are, which is freeing. Except if your mother wants you to choose something that you do not want to choose.
Yes.
She is the holder of the crest. Just as that great hero that you were always, the other Terika that you were always compared to, was the holder of a crest. The line through those who choose the position woman is important. It holds much power, prestige, responsibility, training. There are gifts to be given, power to be had, responsibilities, name. There's name to be carried on. You, if I recall correctly, are an only child.
Accurate, unfortunately.
Accurate. There are 5, 6, 3, 4. There are quite a few different honored gendered spaces that one could choose to be, that one could take as the mantle to represent who you are.
Mhm.
You did not take on the mantle that your mother wanted you to. Your mother wanted you to be someone that you weren't.
My mother wanted me to be her.
Yes. Yes, she did. She holds the right to the crest, to the jewel. And she has a crest, and you have seen it many times. It has this beautiful green gem sort of built into your crest, and she always wears it at diplomatic functions. She would have given it to you, but you do not want that because that is not who you are. You are someone else. You will not take on a role, apparently, that is not suited to who you are, no matter how many times she poked. There was quite a bit of grooming you to be at diplomatic dinners, state dinners, all of this, which I suppose in some ways is ridiculous because most people don't even realize that Drinax still exists. Who's going to come to a state dinner to a place that doesn't even exist anymore?
There were
It's very
wondrous
absurd.
fairs.
Sure, there were.
Ridiculous, but wondrous.
Wondrous, but a bit ridiculous. Although if Drinax came back, maybe it would be different. And of course, every once in a while, people would come through to this sort of curiosity of the floating palace of a place that doesn't exist. And I imagine always your mother wanted you to come around so that you could take up a mantle of someone who you were not, so that you could then wear this crest. But the crest that your mother wears does not glow.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's old, the crest that your mother carries, but is not as old as the one that you have found in the rubbles and ruins of Marduk. The people who have come through for these diplomatic events, they also, depending on what their mantle they've chosen, would also wear crests, and these crests also do not glow. They're the same stone. Well, not exactly the same stone, but they look the same. You know? It's like a diamel versus a diamond. They look the same and they are close, but they are not alive in the same way that this crest that you have feels alive, as if it pulses with a heartbeat, as if it is connected to something older and more ancient. There are protocol, old ancient protocol when you meet people. Kissing fingertips, of course, but also protocol about the crest. You remember these things. That when you meet someone with a crest, there is a covering of the crest. When you say your family name, and perhaps it always seemed as if you were like a salute of some sort, like a oh. But maybe it's to keep the crest from listening to a family name, which of course always carries power. It wouldn't matter now. The crest that most people have never do that. They just don't do that. But if you think about it, with all that's happened, maybe these original crests, some of the politeness and the manners are about, with a 10, Do you know where salute comes from? When you salute someone, do you know where that comes from?
I imagine Tarika would have some experience in that, but Ari's experience is that it's a sign of respect.
Yes, but it comes from raising the visor on your helmet so they can see who you are. Because when your helmet is down, they cannot identify you. And so you would raise the visor on your helm so they could see who you are. It is a sign of respect, but the ancient roots of it had a function and a purpose. And as you sit in this moment thinking about ancient language that you've learned and all of this sort of ritual that seems very elegant, but now if you think about the crest and the way that you cover the crest, whenever you speak your name and when everyone else speaks their name to you in the time of introductions, perhaps it's not a salute in that way. Perhaps it is a means to block a kind of living, powerful, deeply psychic connection to something. But psychic powers, no one has those anymore. And they're certainly not respectable. And actually, in the Empire, they're illegal. Mostly
Well,
mystical, I suppose.
the Harlock has them.
Yes. And what the Harlock told you all is that everyone does. Well, to some extent. But the older you get, the more you lose it.
I mean, she tested me, so I know I have some. And I know that mine particularly lie in the way of awareness and teleportation.
I'd like to ask you a question. I feel like I know the answer because I know Terka's instincts. Have you put on the crest yet?
I think up until this moment, it's been like in a pocket or it has not been put on at all because
I know.
Yeah. I think though, as they're staring at it, holding it in their hand, they would practice the salute just to see if it changed the heat of the stone because they are a little curious.
Let me ask
And
you.
it's
Manners
Oh,
and
it's
politeness, all of that training.
mhm.
Doing the salute with it in your hand that's not how the salute works.
No, it's supposed to be on you, but this is
It
certainly a
is.
more curious question than whether or not Severance is my father. So
Hmm.
this is a more interesting puzzle,
Hmm.
decidedly. As a matter of fact, absolutely more interesting. And with that, Jericho will pin it onto their shoulder exactly where it's supposed to be. They'll tuck and situate, and then they'll stand precisely as they're supposed to stand, with both feet exactly 3 centimeters apart, one hand down by their side, and they will lift the other up to the salute and incline the head exactly 6 degrees down in the same direction as the crest.
It's 3 centimeters, your feet,
Mhm.
6 degrees, very specific placement of the crest.
Very.
Exactly where on the shoulder does the crest lie? Because if you get it wrong, I imagine your mother was quite upset.
Yes, every time. It is precisely, and Ari doesn't know measurement very well. 9 centimeters is what I want to say. Increments of 3 is what I'm going for.
Mm.
Um, so it's 9 centimeters down from the top of the shoulder.
Hmm. How many times did you practice putting that in the right position?
She made me practice every single day.
Symbolically, it was hers, and she wanted it to be yours, but you refused the mantle, her mantle. You did something else. You went to become some sort of merchant trader in space.
Made my own life.
I suppose. You put this on exactly as you say. I need you to make a roll.
What kind of
I
roll?
need I need you to make a psionics roll, if you would please.
Oh God.
Mhm.
Is this an awareness roll?
At the moment, this is just a straight psionics roll, but you get a +2.
Oh. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm doing this wrong. There we go. And then 2.
That roll didn't go.
I
What do you
don't
have
I
here?
don't think I did. I don't think I quite did that right.
No, it did a thing.
I know.
It did a
Okay,
thing.
so I
It did a thing.
clicked on
Mhm.
psionic strength, and then I
Mhm.
clicked modifier, and I added 2 into there, and then I clicked submit,
But no
but I didn't
plus,
put
yes?
no plus, just a 2.
Okay. See what happens
Maybe
to
I
the end.
put like an extra.
Oh, it
No?
looks like that was a 10. It looks like the formatting was not good, but you rolled a 10 the first time. That's
Okay.
good.
Oh, good.
That's good.
I'm not
Or
gonna
it's
like
not.
teleport through my clothes right now because that would be great.
No. No. I would like you to just note this for this moment.
Okay.
As the badge is affixed and you make the head nod, I'm going to need the Baron on deck, please. Calling the Baron. Baron on deck. Exactly where do you think you are right now? I'm sorry. Where are you on the ship right now? I just I used the wrong words. I'm so sorry. Where are you on the ship right now?
I think I am. How long has it been since? How long has it been since dinner? Didn't we just
Well,
have dinner with, and my latex was gifted to me?
yes. Yes, it has been mere moments as your ship is flying towards Thebes.
Moments. Moments are a
Everyone
strange
has
thing in
had
the
their
pocket dimension.
moment. Yes,
Yes.
indeed.
I think in this moment I am trying on a gift.
I need to ask you exactly, if you would, to speak out loud exactly. Well, first, could you roll psionics for me, if you would?
Mm. Psionics is in our powers,
Mm-hmm.
and then I press this button.
Yes, please.
No modifiers.
No, thank you. Not yet. 5. Good. If you would speak for, let me estimate how long it takes to go from everything pinned in. Yes. I need you to do something for me, Tarika. I need you to begin at the beginning with the slow, deliberate movements that you make to affix the true crest to yourself. These slow, deliberate movements. And the moment it's affixed, please note and pause.
Okay, it's affixed.
Baron, please speak your thoughts and stop when I say. Tarika, please continue on with the ritual.
Not exactly sure what this is supposed to be. A fashion statement of some sort, or is this some sort of... Not sure if this fits. I've got a hell of a wedgie. What the hell is it? Is it... I don't know how I could ever make this work. I've got... I don't think that there's too much chest hair. I think you could see right through it. This is awful. I said I'm done. I'm putting it back. I'm not wearing it. Yeah, how do I get this off?
Tell me when you make the salute.
Oh, sorry, I made it. I was there.
When the
and I
salute happens, the thoughts stop. The Baron, I'm sure, is still thinking them, but you no longer hear them.
What happens when I move my hand away and release the salute?
Baron, what are you thinking?
And I put the pants. I just had them on the. Where did I say they were just on the hook?
Tarika's gonna rip the badge, the crest off of them, and jam it into their pocket very quickly. Then they're going to stand up very abruptly and they're going to head down to Medical Bay for a biology test, for one of the tests.
Yes. You will head over to the med bay. However, Baron.
Yes.
You had your glasses on, did you not? Yes, you do.
They're always on. I just don't have them on my nose usually.
They're always on. Interesting. But they're not normally on your nose. I do know this about you.
Not my prescription.
No. You don't see through them. But they are your prescription, aren't they? I mean, it's his body. I mean, yours now.
I just see better without them. I don't think I look good with them on.
Don't you think it's odd, if you have his body, that the glasses, you don't see well through them? That seems strange.
I guess.
I mean, why
I'm
would
really
he
fond of it.
have glasses that he can't see well through?
Why would I, the Baron, or why would Aloysius?
Oh my God.
What? What was that? Whispers. Why would Aloysius always have a pair of glasses that when he wears them, he doesn't see well through them? I mean, it would make sense if you had your own body, if you were in your body, the clone body, which grows in its own way differently, has different memories embedded in it, that the glasses that the Aloysius would wear would not fit with your eyes. But you don't have your own body, you have his body.
And yet they're
these...
still not.
No.
Still not comfortable. Still not the prescription.
I bring them up mainly because they got really hot for a moment while you were trying on your gift. The temples of the glasses got warm, sort of pulsed a bit. Strange.
It is strange. Hasn't happened before. Maybe it has.
Maybe.
But when I was moments before on that shuttle in Marduk,
Yes.
I don't think, however, I noticed it or remembered it until right now. Because I think the preceding memory far surpassed and upstages the discomfort on my temples.
Do you know what's odd? What I think is odd?
What's that?
You know when you teleported through all of your clothing, through every single molecule of your body, and all of your equipment just merged through you?
Yes.
You still had your glasses on, I noticed. That's strange.
That is strange.
Odd. Wonder why that's different. I thought I heard something. Maybe not. A gasp. But there was a moment
I heard
while
it
you were
too.
trying on the clothing, it felt strange.
The
glasses did. Like, I don't know. Being watched, perhaps.
Like my glasses were being watched?
I don't know. It's odd. Just a strange feeling. Like,
But strange is a bit subjective considering my entire well,
yes.
the gift is very constrictive.
Yes. Yes. It was so... It's like you just heard for a moment a gasp. And then the glasses went cold. Like normal. I have a question for you.
Very well. I have an answer.
Don't mean to distress you or disturb you. It's just something I was curious about.
And I don't mean to do the same with my answer.
Good, good. You sleep well, do you?
Great question. No.
Do you dream?
Yes, but I don't remember them. often.
Hmm.
There are
I'm
times
sorry,
I do, but there's always interesting things about uh, walking through various courts and various introducing myself to many others, but I never remember
Yes.
their names, and their faces are all the same. My face. Even
Yes.
the woman I'm with, I was on my arm, is usually my face. It's quite distracting.
Yes, I do remember this. I remember you saying something about that. But I'm sorry, I do have to ask the question again.
Yes.
Do you dream?
I don't know. Been so long.
Hmm.
Who's to say which is mine and which isn't?
Hmm.
But I think it also depends, subjective again, what
Yes,
you
yes.
mean by dream. If it's a state
Yes.
of reverie where our brains are trying to make sense of what is going on with our conscious and or
Hmm.
subconscious, whether it is our own lives or someone else's, that's hard to say. But if you are saying if I have any sort of ambitions for my life, I would say yes.
Oh, of course. I sort of was wondering about meat.
What about it?
Brain is meat, isn't it?
Yes.
The meat you have right now does not belong to you. Are those your dreams?
It is quite interesting because I'm not entirely sure if myself
Hmm.
or Severance knows how much is his. I don't know how much he knows of what the audience and now we know.
Yes.
So
Strange, isn't it?
these questions are hard for me to answer.
I imagine they are. I imagine they are. Do you know what's funny? I think. Your glasses look very good on your forehead and not in front of your eyes. They seem very natural and comfortable there, as if they regularly sit there or always have done.
Yes,
Comfortable, natural, habit, habit, habit,
habit,
habit, habit,
natural. Let's go with natural.
natural.
Thank you.
Why don't you look through them?
I want to be natural.
Hmm.
And this feels natural.
Hmm. Interesting. What do you see when you look through them?
Great question. What I do see when I look through them, when I do put them on, which is rare, but when I do, like I did last couple of moments ago, I guess, or a couple of hours or something ago, when we got out of the jump space, I wore them
Hmm.
to continue the ruse and to also help me get into character.
That's what you said. That's what you said. I remember you saying that. For me, it was last week. For you, it was but a moment ago. I remember you saying to get into character. I remember that. Yes. It did help, didn't it?
I don't even know what was said during that.
Hmm.
It
Weird.
felt good.
Hmm. Strange. Sort of felt like you were being touched. Perhaps something was odd.
What kind? What kind of odd, and more importantly, what kind of touch?
As if someone were standing very close to you, listening intently to what you were saying.
My glasses were on.
Yes. And warm. Someone
I do
familiar.
remember that. Unfamiliar.
Very familiar.
Oh, very familiar, yes.
Very.
I have done research when I've been receiving these dreams, these same dreams. The ones where I'm at some sort of courtly practice and everyone has my face. And when I was doing my research, I've also noticed of the unspoken stranger. This is
Yes.
not the stranger that involves the left hand and a lot of patience, but it involves mainly not knowing the observer.
Yes.
There is that space, that feeling of being watched even in your dreams.
Yes. I wonder how life is different when you wear the glasses and you see through them versus when they're not. Eleanor? Margaret? What was your wife's name? I'm sorry, the Baron's, Aloysius's wife's name. Right, not
Captain.
yours. His
I believe it
captain.
was
That's not a, it's
had
not
to
a
have been
first name.
Margaret. So many
Are you
names.
afraid to say it out loud?
Afraid. I just so many people to. It's like an unbreak data pad where I've got to sift through all the information that doesn't belong to me. I've got to figure out where the lists of contacts that I've inherited and
Yes,
try
that
to
list.
about that list.
Oh, I mean, you were talking about the list from the Pirate Queen, right? That's the
I was
list of
talking about
names.
my brain, my subconscious, but
Oh,
we
oh,
should
I see.
definitely get back to that list at some point.
Yes. I remember I was watching when you stabbed her. The Pirate Queen.
Hmm.
Very good technique.
Was it?
Your technique was very good.
Was it? Was it good technique?
Oh, it was. It was as if you had practiced stabbing with a nobleman's sword for thousands of hours. I didn't actually think you could do that. I did not think you were that trained,
Me neither.
actually.
That makes two of us.
But you were very good.
Thank you.
Your body was very good, I suppose. Your muscle memory was very good.
I suppose so.
Hmm.
Muscle memory and all that.
Yes. How? Good at chemistry, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Experimenting?
I like to think I'm good at chemistry. It's been a while since I've had to practice literally anything, but I could usually find myself out of any problem. Usually components and materials and alkali metals and things are nothing but playthings to me.
It's interesting. Where do you think that came from?
Well, my years at the free trading college and the Drinaxian
Hmm.
education system, which, mind you,
Hmm.
may be the worst thing on this side of the empire and what's left of it. But there's a part of it that has its charm and lets you sort of lift yourself up and not needing anyone else to sort of guide you.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You just said that thing. It was just odd. You know, sometimes when you speak out loud and you say things, little phrases and words just sort of like ping. You know what I mean? And you sort of little connections happen. Yes. And you
Yes,
said something about going to this education, but doing it on your own, right? You did this on your own.
of course, yes.
What I think is odd is that you lived on the planet's surface. Very, very difficult life in the midst of irradiated nothingness.
I
How,
persevered.
yes, but how exactly did someone who's a nobody, theoretically, as far as you knew, get to go to that college? I imagine they have all sorts of people up there in the floating palace who decide who gets to go into this important space and who doesn't. And it seems odd that someone who is theoretically a nobody, all on their own, with no influence, might be able to get into
What are you implying?
very. Oh, nothing. I wouldn't do that. Are you worried? Are you concerned?
No, not at all.
Good. How many surface people were in that school? Up there in the floating palace.
Thousands?
Oh, thousands? Come now. There are barely thousands of people in all of Drinax altogether.
Hundreds.
Hmm.
There has been hundreds.
Has there?
I would assume yes.
Hundreds?
At least two.
Well, I'm sure at least two.
Hundreds. At least 200s.
Oh, yes, I mean, certainly at least two people. It's just very difficult to go from the surface where you don't necessarily know how to read or everything is just subsistence and just
Came
trying
pretty
to survive.
natural to me.
It did, didn't it? Very smart. Many things come very natural to you.
What are you implying?
Nothing. Nothing. Where are you right now?
Probably I've got my shirt off, my sash is over my shoulder. I have an amulet around my neck, but my pants are on. My rapier is in the sash, or in the frog around the sash, and I think my hands are clasped on the corners of what passes to be a sink, and I'm staring at the reflective surface that we call a mirror.
Why is it that that's not your face in the mirror? Oh, no, it is. I'm sorry. It is. It is your face.
Thank you.
It's just, do you ever look at your face in the mirror and it looks like you, but it doesn't feel like it's your face?
Every time.
Strange. What would happen if you wore your glasses and you looked in the mirror? What do you think would happen?
Well, I don't know. It's probably get one of those dreams again.
Oh, but you're awake. How could you dream? That would be strange, wouldn't it?
It's happened.
It has. Happened in Marduk, didn't it?
Yes.
Hmm.
I don't remember if my glasses fell. They may have. I take a moment and I look at my face. I look at the beard that I've grown, and the beard that I have not grown, I should say, and the mustache that naturally curls without anything in it. It's interesting because Drinax doesn't have this sort of the temperament that the facial hair does in this, at least in the Gambler. And I look and I lower my glasses.
Could you make a roll for me?
Yes.
I'd like a psionic strength roll +2.
Psionic strength +2.
Yes, please.
A
10.
10.
That's good. Perhaps. Doc. Doc Valentine. Where are you?
Probably just about ready or just finishing up pushing a body out into space.
Hmm. On the base floor of the Gambler.
Sure.
That's where the hold is, the airlock. It's a nice ship.
For me.
Describe to me in very great detail every step you take after you push the body out into space.
Oh, that's simple.
Hmm.
Whenever somebody contracts the Nebian fever, spotted fever, I
Mm.
should say, it's
Yes.
it's very time is of the essence. Um, you have to make sure that it hasn't spread because it can be airborne. Casual contact can cause a pandemic in moments.
Mm.
So luckily, this person that unfortunately for them contracted the Nebian spotted fever, they were encased inside of a bag that basically kept their symptoms relegated to their own personal atmosphere. Um, but it was one of those things, and luckily I had Sue to assist, and Sue was able to help me through the actual contamination procedures. We documented everything. We actually kept the partner of the infected individual under, tested all the children, though they're fine. They're fine. They
Mm.
have no sign of the symptoms. Um, everything's good. Time for a drink. It's
Good.
Miller time.
Yes. 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 Val,
Yeah, Sue.
Terica is in your lab.
Uh, if you would be so kind as to let them know that I will be up momentarily. We've had a bit of a problem with one of the passengers. I'll discuss it all when I get up there. It's a face-to-face conversation. Um,
Uh, this is the second time they've been in your lab.
they are free to come and go, Sue.
Yes, but I thought you'd know. There's something wrong.
Val would get a little bit more serious. Define wrong, Sue.
I don't know. They seem to be, well, they do that thing where they behave as if everything's normal. But twice in, oh, I'd say 20 minutes? Seems a bit off for them.
I will up shortly. I want to make sure we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed here, Sue. You know, the
Of course.
Nebian spotted fever is a serious matter, and we need to make sure that no one else is contaminated. We followed all the
Absolutely.
appropriate protocols. We've made all the medical logs that we need to verify that in fact the Nebian spotted fever was present, but we have taken care of it. Uh, luckily, due to the low birth nature of the travel.
By the way, um, you told me to deliver this image to you. You said when the timer's right, I would know when you gave me the signal. And you gave me the signal. So, as you requested, I'm delivering this image to you. I will let Terica know that you will be right up. And an image drops into your little computer, as requested by you. painting. You know those paintings that are the kind you might buy at a Sears and Roebucks? You go to that part of Sears and Roebucks, you can get a painting that it's not that expensive, but it looks fancy enough, or the space equivalent. And if you're not a wealthy family, but you want something nice, get one of these.
The appearance of class.
The appearance of class. And this is a painting that your father bought. I don't know why you, apparently according to Sue, told Sue to drop a copy of this painting that your father bought, Rudolph bought when you were younger. But it's a landscape, of course. It's a beautiful vista of free fields. Beautiful free fields. The free fields of Asim. And in the foreground is, with eyes just a little bit too big, so as to seem adorable in that way that these paintings often have, a white rabbit sitting in the free fields. It hung in a place of honor in your father's office. Sue said you wanted to have this, apparently.
I don't necessarily recall asking Sue to do this, but Sue never does
That's
anything
strange.
that I don't ask. So
Yes.
this is usually anything that is reminiscent of my father is reminders like that are given to me to stay grounded,
I suppose.
on track,
Yes.
focused.
Yes. But you did mention that you don't recall asking Sue to do that. That's odd.
Hmm.
Sue's an AI. Sue doesn't make mistakes like that, so that's a little bit weird. And you have very good memory, so it's not like you forget things. It's just odd.
We'll chalk it up to initiative.
Yes, I feel like that's probably true. That's probably true. Yes. Could you tell me something about your father's office? You can walk up towards the your lab if you like while we're having this conversation.
He'll make sure that using the sonic shower that's just off of low berth, he will put his clothes back on and I don't know. But something about his father's office. Let's see. He almost always had flowers. Strange considering the gruff nature of the man, but he loved his beauty. And a brilliant redwood desk, large, big man, large enough to make him look small, which I'm not sure really fit, or Val's not sure really fit the motif he was going for, projecting strength. Let's see, he beat a man to death. There's a safe behind one of the pictures. Let's see, he has a tray
I'm sorry.
full of
Could we rewind a little bit? I'm just taking notes. I want to make sure I didn't miss it. There was something you said. It
the
was
desk was too large for him.
yes. Redwood, you said.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was something about there's something after that. I think I can't read my handwriting. Something flowers, large redwood desk, too large for himself. Didn't have the impact that he wanted,
Right.
making him seem powerful. Then there was something you said right after that.
The safe behind the painting.
No, before then.
Beating a man to death.
Yes, that was it. Do you want to say anything about that?
Um,
I mean, I'm
the
just
man
your
never,
memories after all.
yeah, the man never really had a chance. He was brought in. He had been stealing, presumably, allegedly, from my father. My father made sure he had a vid crew come in, projected the beating on the side of his office so anybody from the exterior could see it. Took a long time. It was crude. Could have been done much faster.
Hmm.
Much like the man, it was a testament and an example of blunt force trauma.
I don't remember. Were you in the office or outside?
I was asked to watch.
That's right. Did you?
Yes, of course. I was asked to. Pardon. I'm asked is such a kind
I
of
know.
nebulous word. I was commanded to.
Yes. But your father is a very respectable man. I mean,
Did I ever tell you
before
what they called him?
Drinax. No, you never did.
His name is Rudolph, and so
Yes.
obviously Rudy is the nickname that would be given, but they called him Ruby with a B, like the gem, because well, he was often red.
Yes. I remember that. I also remember what it was like. I mean, you do. Before Drinax came and invaded, always so much high yields needed by the overlords. Efficiency, a lot of crop yields. If the crops there wasn't enough delivered, it was always punishment for everyone. Put a lot of pressure on your father, I assume.
Well, yes, I mean, it was a demanding job, basically being the overseer and the liaison, but at the same time, he wasn't really pulling a plow himself. This
Oh, no.
was a trickle down violence is
Yes. I mean, if he pulled a plow, how could he make sure that everyone was doing their job?
sure. But at the same time, um, well, that's neither.
I suppose. There was something I remember. I suppose I do. Uh, if anything happens to the process, if something happens to upset the yield, to disrupt agribusiness, that's bad for everyone. Certainly bad
Hmm.
for anyone your father would come across.
Yes, but if there's a true disruption in the business
Hmm.
and the disruption reaches the ears of people off planet, then the trickle down violence moves up one step, and Ruby is no longer at the tip of the pyramid. It's not
That's
something.
true.
I hope that didn't happen.
No. I mean, but let's be honest. Who would disrupt systems?
That sounds like sabotage.
It does sound like sabotage. It sounds like something that would really be dangerous to your father.
It would be awful for them.
Could I ask you a question?
Can I ask you one first?
Of course.
Do you remember when I told Sue to show me that picture?
I do, actually.
Oh, good. Then I did say it. All right, go
Oh,
ahead. Your
I,
question.
I don't. Well, you is such a tricky word, isn't it? I don't want to mislead you. Yes, I do remember when you told Sue to do that, but you don't.
I'll take it. Your question.
Yes. Who was the first person who was a member of the Free Fields that you saw your father kill?
First one.
Hmm?
I don't really remember. Just remember face.
Hmm.
I was young. The edge of remembering, the 4, 5, maybe a little younger.
Hmm.
He had yellow hair, bright. I've never seen the color mimicked again. It wasn't blonde. It was true yellow. It was, you'd have to find it in a palette or a artist's vision. It was not painted by nature. Turned orange.
Hmm.
Never seen that orange either. Hmm. Never knew his name.
Do you know what's interesting about Sue?
Looks like my dad.
Well, yes. I've always found that quite interesting. A little strange. But we all program our AI in our own ways. But I always found it really interesting that you can speak to Sue without vocalizing, just in your head. I thought that was interesting.
Really good
It's
AI.
useful. She's very good AI. Communication systems. You've got computers set up so you can contact Sue and speak to Sue through your mind.
Hmm.
I'm wondering about your dreams, though. Do you think the you that dreams can speak to Sue?
I can always speak to Sue.
Hmm. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe you were asleep when you
Maybe
asked
Sue
Sue.
was.
Maybe. I've been a little distressed recently. Well,
How can I help?
Sue. Well,
Tell your
Sue's been
doctor
talking.
everything.
I do try. Sue said that you've changed. You can find it in the logs. That you've changed since that holodeck simulation that you did back on Drinax and the Floating Palace.
Right. I changed in what way? Baseline or?
Uh, Sue doesn't always have complete access to you, but has noticed that something seems to have awoken, perhaps. You speak to him in your dreams, he says. He's made notes. I think you see them you can find them if you look.
I was
In the logs.
very tense. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, it was a stressful situation. The king of Drinax. I mean, there's a lot of pressure put on us. Letters of marque. I hadn't really had any opportunity to practice medicine or surgery.
Yes.
Losing that type of professional focus is something that it's. I mean, it takes its toll. It's something that needs to be. It's like any passion. It needs to be cultivated,
Yes,
right?
yes. Absolutely. It's just that Sue doesn't say in this way, but I think Sue's finds it odd that you've spoken to me in your dreams so many times since that incident.
Hmm. I guess we all react in our own ways to mental and psychological
Yes.
stimuli.
Yes. I mean, you'd never done it before. You'd never had conversations with your subconscious self, I suppose, before then.
It's not unhealthy.
No, no. Oh,
I'll look
I
into
think
it, but thank
that's.
you.
Yes, yes. I'm just noting because it's the strange thing about how logs work. That's that Tarek of those there on the other side of the door.
Oh, God, we're here. Okay. Yes.
Yes,
I'll go in then. Thank you for
yes.
everything.
Of course, it's just I don't know the Aslan woman. You told me something about her. She said she was waiting. I thought that was odd. Sue
It is
told me.
Did I tell Sue?
Yes, you did. Well, not exactly you. You know what I mean.
Right. Right.
Do you want that cigarette?
Okay. Sure. Do you have one?
Oh, no, you do.
Oh, I do. Thanks.
Yes. Tarika, the doctor walks in.
Oh, hello. Hi, Val. I I have a weird question for you. And
Weird seems to be the order of the day.
really?
Well, we had somebody die in low birth. That was pretty weird.
Oh,
But your question, go ahead. It happens. I don't want to bother you with it.
I'm sorry to hear that. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Well, luckily, it was contained within the low birth bag, the Nevian spotted fever.
Oh.
I checked everybody else. Okay.
Well, that is a relief, I suppose. Thank you.
Of course. I do what I can. Derek, ask your question.
I don't know how to say this or ask it. Can you do a DNA test, mine against somebody else's?
Of course. Who's?
Severance.
What are we looking for?
All right, Val, you can't tell anyone, especially not Severance.
Doctor-patient confidentiality.
Oh my
In
gosh!
the other
All
room,
right, fine.
Severance is looking at his face.
I think the Duke he's cloned after may be my biological father, and I would rather know for sure before I hear his thoughts again.
You've heard his thoughts.
Yeah, yes. That I think is a much longer story than the true issue at hand, which is the DNA test. So if we could just, because if that is actually the case and true, then, well, the ramifications are ridiculous. I mean, can you imagine? I can't. I don't want to.
The glasses start getting warm and pulsing as if they're alive.
As a quick point of question, is my crest also still warm and pulsing in my pocket?
It always is.
Okay.
At least
That little turd.
when it's on you.
Weird.
Weird. And Severance, your vision, the lenses shift. And your vision looks different through the lenses. But please, you two, go on. Don't worry about what's happening in Severance's room right now. I wouldn't be concerned.
So, if you could just test, are you smoking? I thought you were quitting.
I did too. I've been stressed and I fell off the wagon.
Val, don't.
I
It's not
know.
worth it.
I know. I checked with my doctor. It's terrible for me.
That's ridiculous. Don't
is.
check with your doctor. Just
I don't
do
have a
it.
doctor. I am my doctor.
I know you're your doctor. So smart of you. Oh, so clever the Val is. Come on. Is it really worth dying over? Just a cigarette so that you can feel calmer? There are faster ways to do that.
Yes,
Is it really
there
worth
are.
dying over? Is it really worth dying over? Severance,
Yes.
your instinct in times of danger is to jump. You see in the mirror someone. Your face, so you don't really know. Sneaking up on you in the reflection of the mirror. An assassin. There's an assassin coming to get you. Right now. Sneaking up on you.
Glasses on. With my sword on my sash.
Yes,
Does
you
it
have
seem
your sword.
like does it seem like there's enough time for me to react with a flourish?
Absolutely. Yes, you are very good at what you do.
I'll do that. I notice and I draw the rapier and I point it in their face.
It's somebody very grungy looking, dirty. Some sort of scavenger, perhaps, with your face.
They're wearing glasses.
No, you are. They mean to kill you. Trashy. Your face.
Hmm. I will do what I do always, and I will
Yes.
thrust.
You do. How many times do you stab this scavenger?
How many was it last time?
7.
So I want to stay
Wait.
lucky.
Yes.
I'll do
You
7.
rolled 10 on your psionic strength.
I did.
The door opens and someone walks in. You don't know. A woman. Short hair. Short black hair. She is rushing in at this moment, I think to help this person who is somehow both dressed like you but also scruffy with your face. Your instinct is to jump. Or maybe that's the other one's instinct. I don't know.
There's 2 now, heading toward me.
Yes.
I went to thrust, and now I will close my eyes. I put my glasses on my head, and then I try to move. Jumping.
Yes. She's in the way. She's trying to stop you. Your white shirt turns red. That's not right. Wait. I'm sorry.
I wasn't even
What's
wearing a
happening
shirt, and now it's
in the
here. I will.
doctor's office? There's pain, you know. The glasses are off. Severance. Sue's there.
In front of
In
me.
your room. In your room with you. I
Did
thought
I
I'd
just-
let you know. You've been away.
Pull the tip of the rapier through the hologram, and I put it back in the frog at my sash. Apologies, I thought you were someone else.
Oh, that's all right. I just thought I'd let you know. The captain is no longer on the ship. Or the other captain.
Which captain? There are 3.
Yes.
My wife, Captain. Rock.
No.
What
You sent her away.
do you mean? Yeah, I sent her away, of course.
What
Now
should we
there's-
do with her room? Will you be bringing her back anytime soon?
Are you talking to my wife or the Harlock?
Oh, the Harlock.
What do you mean, would I be bringing her back?
Well, you sent her away. I thought that was strange, but you seem to be in distress. I just noticed the lack of a life signature on the ship. Just 2 seconds ago.
Good, and what was your question?
Will you be bringing her back?
I'm sure I will.
Well, we've been hailed by an Aslan ship, and I thought that normally she would be making the contact, but you sent her away.
Patch them through.
All right. I will do so. By the way, do you know when you sent her and when you'll be bringing her back? No?
No.
If you excuse me, I will go back up to comms. By the way, something has happened. Something's chipped on your glasses. Excuse me. And Sue dematerializes. Glasses. There is a chip on them. On the side.
Interesting.
You can see underneath, it's green. Glows. A little. There's something underneath your glasses. They're made of something. There's a sheen over them. It seems.
I'll start to pick at it with my nail, but I'm still waiting for that comm to be patched through.
Yes. And what's happening in the doctor's office?
All right, fine. Do what you want, but I'm just saying. There are simply. I just wish you wouldn't.
I know, I'm mad at myself too. I'll try.
Promise?
Dust myself off. Get back on the saddle.
Just be, nice to have you around for a little longer. That's all I'm saying.
And I appreciate it. So you want me
No.
to check and see if you and Severance are related?
Yeah. I think there's a non-zero chance we might be. And
Sue?
Yes, one moment. I'm alerting the other captain of the need of him to get on comms as the Harlock has been transported away by him to some other place.
what?
Repeat that last part, Sue.
Is she okay?
Well, I don't know. He almost
my
killed her, I
God.
think. It's all right.
He's killed someone else?
Well, no, it wasn't almost.
Insufferable man.
Well, this has happened before. It will happen again.
Sue, the Harlock is not on the ship.
No, the Harlock is not on the ship. We're being hailed by an Aslan ship. And the captain, well, the other captain.
How do you know it was Severance that sent the Harlock away?
Well, I saw his eyes flash through his glasses, and then he momentarily jumped, and then she was gone. She had been coming into his room. There was some sort of disturbance.
Sue, where is Severance right now?
In his room.
Lock the door.
Sue, can you do a scan outside the ship to see if the Harlock is somewhere outside?
Well,
presumably naked.
Well, the Harlock's clothing is not on the ship, presumably with her. Oh, there was something about water gardens in the mirror. Thought that was strange.
What is happening in this world today?
thing at a time.
Right.
Sue locks Severance's door.
Of course. He seems fine.
Don't talk to him until I tell you. Please.
Beep.
Sue, I need you to do something for me using the samples that we have on file, and also
course.
current readings from the biochip in Severance and Terica. I need to run a DNA similarity test, looking for paternity.
Absolutely. I find it quite unlikely that Terica is Severance's father, but I will check.
Humor me.
That was an attempt at humor.
We need to work on that, but you're doing well.
Oh my God. Don't call that well. Obviously, one of us needs to contact this other captain. Do you need me here? I could go to the bridge.
Are you okay?
No. Does it matter?
We have each other.
Terica will like stop on their way out the door when he says that. Yeah.
It's all we've ever needed.
I'm glad I've got you.
Won't let anything happen to you.
Same. Never anything. I'll go take care of this.
As Terica heads towards the bridge, Severance.
Yes.
You were picking with your glasses.
I was.
You caught a glimpse of something through them in the mirror.
I look at the ones in my hand, and I compare them to the ones in the reflection.
It was something through the lenses. You saw something through the lenses in the mirror. Yes, it's these water gardens. And the Harlock is standing in the middle of them. Trapped.
Good.
And that's where we're going to break. As
Oh
Terica
my
hits the bridge.
What a sweet episode.
What the hell? What the hell?
This is sick.
Oh my God.
You built it. I'm just giving it to you.
This was the present all along.
That's
I am
amazing.
giving you what you built, and then I'm giving it back to you. Each one of you gave me all of these things, and I was like, here you go. Have it back.
It's the friends we made when we went insane.
That's right.
It's the friends you made. It's the friends you made. It's fine. Look, some people have had certain things all along, and they told me they were important and that they belonged to the Baron, and that these things have all happened, and some people did things with their subconscious in episode 1. People have given me presents, and I'm just giving them back to you right now in this moment.
Oh yeah.
That's all.
I mean, I love it. And
Same.
also I'm terrified. It's the best. It's like being on a roller coaster where you're like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This is amazing.
I will note that there's a reason why the Imperium has psychic powers be illegal, and they're kind of freaked out by people with psychic powers, because it's a little hard to figure out what that's all about, really.
That makes sense.
I will also note that when Sue saw the Baron attack the Harlock, it might not have been Severance. Well, who is Severance, really? Anyhow, we're going to go on break.
What?
Also, as a bit of a thing, we have highly addictive psychotropic drugs throughout the atmosphere system inside the ship. So
That is
right.
true.
Wait,
is
wait, it's in the atmosphere?
right.
I forgot they were in
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're
I
in the-
checked afterwards, and there's no
Yep.
way that Val would have known this, and if they were altered
Mhm.
just a bit, they can.
Mhm.
I'm assuming
They
that
were
has something to
taken-
do with it.
They
That's
were
meta,
taken
though,
out of their
so.
balloon.
It's great.
Just noting that they were taken out of their balloon.
Oh, mother of we're all doped. Oh my god.
Are you? It's
By
possible.
shit that can alter reality. So yeah,
Oh
it's
my god.
Yeah. Yep. Midway in an alternate reality.
But
I
not just
love this.
alter reality, but also enhance people's latent psychic strength. Well, anyway,
I read that on Wednesday and decided not to share. So okay.
Yeah. Thank
First
you.
off, thank you. Secondly, oh my god. I'm losing my mind. It's fine.
It's
I
good.
need
It's
break
really-
to
it's
calm
really good.
down. I'll meditate. I'll get back to a zen state.
and some people might have amplifiers on them.
What? Who could do that? I don't know who would have that. I don't know who would have that.
And some of us have an addictive personality.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Anyhow, we're gonna go on break, and I would like everybody to drink some water, stretch your legs. We'll be back for 10, and when we get back, we're gonna find out how they're doing with a little bit of experimental, illegal drugs exposed to the atmosphere. People with genetic ties to each other playing with amplifiers of psychic powers. A person who got their subconscious interestingly unlocked while dealing with a holodeck in this world. Holodecks work by tapping into your subconscious and creating dream worlds for you. And who decided in episode 1 to break the simulation by beginning to manipulate their reality through their subconscious. So we're gonna just find out how everybody's doing when we get back from break. Everybody, we'll be back.
Who
from
gave
break.
you the gift of the psychic drugs? Trooper.
You all did in your dreams.
Okay, great. Perfect.
I mean, that's where, yeah, that tracks.
I'm also going to note that the Harlock is a Zodani psychic spy who's an expert, and somebody just teleported them away. Weird.
That would be.
Was
Weird.
also the only one that had a
Hey.
negative reaction and could warn us that there was something more going
Yeah.
on. They're also
Sad.
gone now too, so
Yeah.
that's certainly not a problem.
Yeah,
Certainly not a
this
problem.
seems like just a walk in the park and everything's going to be hunky dory.
I think so, and I'm sure that somebody's
love it.
subconscious was in no way like, let's get rid of the person who actually kind of murdered me or helped or facilitated, but also could maybe do something. Who actually has the skill, the scientific knowledge about all of this? I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. We'll be fine.
Totally.
Yeah, we're gonna be on break. We'll be back. We'll be back in time,
Yeah.
everybody. Full of love. subconsciously. And hey everybody, we're back. We were just talking about the subconscious.
How cool it is.
Mhm.
Yeah. I also
And
do
how
need
to
to rewatch that film with William Hurt called Altered States. I think I was a very small kid. I think was way young. And all I remember is I think it was about him going into like a sensory deprivation tank and then all of a sudden unlocking his like, you know, weird. It was strange. I was like, I'm a kid. I don't know what's going on. I think it's one of those movies that people in the 70s made. You know what I mean. But it might have been the early 80s, but you know what I mean. So anyway, I'm
The
just
ones that are
thinking
behind the
about
beaded doors.
the
yes,
ones that they took some great food and then they and
yes,
some good tea and then they made a movie.
yes. Yes, some people were drinking a lot of tea, having some
Mm.
delicious baked goods while they wrote, and filmed that movie. And yes, ayahuasca was involved also. Yes, Velpus, this is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm just saying it was one of those kind of movies. It was all very that. Um, sensory. See, people. This is why our chat is the best. Hawkeye knows sensory deprivation tanks and psychedelic mushrooms. Early '80s when I was in college. I'm just saying that sensory deprivation tanks is our holodeck really, and our psychedelic mushrooms also happening. And I'm just noting that there is a root from that movie. Also, Kim Russell, yes, is in this space. I will tell you, for some reason, all of my players gave me these weird references to a bunch of strange movies that all have come together in their own way to bring us to this point. I hope you all had a great break because I did. I also got jelly beans because I need them for what is about to happen because I get to
Oh
go and
God.
just enjoy myself.
Cool. And I
Yeah.
need a hug for what is about to happen.
Look, if I were there in person, I would give you a hug. So
Thank you.
because
And I'm
I have a
drinking
feeling
straight
Tarek is
gasoline.
about to be an absolute dick. So
It's a
Oh,
Budweiser.
Dr. Pepper. So before we get in to finish this moment, I'm so excited. How you doing?
Right as the rain.
Baron,
Yes.
Baron, as you're
What?
picking at the enamel of these glasses,
Mm.
picking, waiting for the comms to come through. You pull on this enamel, pulling on it, and underneath what you see is this beautiful green gemstone. Someone has, as if it had been melted and reformed
Mm.
into the glasses themselves. And the gemstone is warm and it glows, pulsing as if it were a living thing. And the arms of the glasses, the rim of the glasses, and the lens itself seems to all have been a refashioning of some
Sort of gemstone.
sort of gemstone. Perhaps even the gemstone that your wife Margaret said that you stole from her. An aristocratic, noble gemstone that had been in her family for centuries, that she was very upset that you took something important. And it seems that perhaps you did, or at least Aloysius did, and built it into something that you, for some reason, have never let go. Even though you are not him, whatever that means.
Mm.
These glasses you always kept.
Mm. I continue picking at them. They seem to get warm under my hand, and then I put them back on my head. And I try to shake off this interesting situation as I wait for that comms.
You'll probably have to go to the bridge itself.
That makes sense. feel like you'd be able
Yes.
to patch it over to me, but it seems like Sue is busy. Very well. I'll make my way up towards the
Your door's
bridge. Here
locked.
it comes. I'm sorry, what?
I'm so sorry. Your door's locked.
Can't be right. I'll go ahead and I will lean over toward the panel and enter my code to open the door. I guess I'll do it manually then, I guess.
Yes. Sure. It's locked. It seems as if someone has locked you in your room. That's weird.
Right. Terica.
Yes.
For some reason, I am not able to open the door. It seems like it's been locked from the outside. I have access still to the panel, but it seems the door is still being closed. Is there can you override?
Absolutely not. For some reason, you seem to have just jettisoned the Harlock off the ship. So I think there is absolutely no way I'm going to let you out of that room right now. Even if I wanted to, which I don't. That's. Don't try and deny it at this point. That is an absolutely ridiculous assertion to make. The reality is.
The Harlock. We're in the middle of a jump.
Look, you also jettisoned yourself out of a plane well, as I recall, when we were crashing. So it's not that far to go to believe that you would jettison the Harlock somewhere else. Although the reality, according to my understanding, is that she is nowhere in the space around us. So hopefully, my fingers are crossed, considering the fact that her clothes are here, that wherever she is has a breathable atmosphere, and she is clothed and well. So until we find her, I don't see a reason for you to come out of that stateroom.
I put my glasses on. I look over towards the mirror.
Give me a psychic roll. By the way, both you and also Terica hit a 10 on a particular roll, and I just want you both to remember it for later. Just remember it for later.
Oh, no.
Wonderful.
Also, you
and
get a
do I have any
+2 extra.
modifiers?
Oh, yes, you do. If you're looking through your glasses, absolutely. +2.
4.
Ooh, that's a 4. That is not enough.
That's fair.
But that doesn't seem right. Does it? No, it does. Now I'm thinking about tunnels and trolls. Yes. You look through it, and you can't see. You know when you said to me earlier that whenever you look through them, you can't really see anything? It's like that. You seem to need some sort of concentration somehow, and you can't focus through the lenses.
Actually, never mind. I hang up on Terica.
Terica just is like running for the bridge.
Doctor. Do you have access to my door? I do. Can you do me a favor and override the controls and let me out? For some reason, Terica has locked me in.
Oh no, I locked you in. What happened with the Harlock? Perhaps we should have a conversation.
Very well, open the door and I'll let you know.
Oh, see, that's not how it works. We can have a conversation now, and I can decide whether or not I want to open the door.
Fine. The Harlock seems to... I saw glimpses of her moments ago in the mirror in my room. As far as where she had gone, I don't know. Also, it seems as if Sue told me that I had dismissed her, and I don't recall that happening.
should just stay in here. This all seems a bit crazy. I don't want to keep you in there for any period of time. I just want to make sure you're not a danger to yourself or us. And ejecting the Harlock via psionics is problematic. Magnificent is what I was going to say, but yes, problematic does seem to be the case. Well, here is the issue. We have a diplomatic conversation that must happen between the gambler and also an Aspen ship. I am unable to get patched through to comms, and I can't leave this room. Find it however you so wish to keep me here if it's for safety or whatever. And if I am launching people unknowns to myself through this ship and this jump space, then it's probably best I'm in here. Well, Severance, I want you to understand why I did this. We had, well, let's just say, rather strong psionic drugs on the ship. We still do. They're secreted away now, but they did have a negative effect on the Harlock. And I'm by no means trying to rub salt in any old wounds, but you know that you are more susceptible than others to pharmaceuticals. You think that could have had something to do with our current situation?
And he hangs up.
And I will note that this dismissal happened in this moment when the Harlock had come in to stop you, Aloysius, from killing the one with your face who had come to attack you. It's a bit confusing because sometimes you're Aloysius and sometimes you're yourself, but in that moment,
But I remember
This-
it as I
Yes.
killed this person and then withdrew my rapier, and they were in fact the hollow projection of Sue, telling me
yes,
very well.
yes. Seemed to have been a bit of a panic moment, right? And then jumping somehow.
Right. I start to pace back and forth in the room. Look at the latex suit, thinking it could be laced with that powder that they said I should probably put on to rid it and wake my body of moisture so it can slip in easily and out of the suit. But now I'm worried that what the powder was could have been these drugs.
So
That would imply that people did this to you on purpose. And that you were
Makes
poisoned
sense.
by someone.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Have I made it up to the bridge yet? But I think I heard
Absolutely.
a Sue.
You were just like, the bridge is just right down the way.
Oh, okay. Well, then I would get on comms with the Aslan lady, but first, whatever needs to happen with Sue. Does something need
Hello?
to
Sue, I need you to use the Baron's implant, and I need to read any foreign substances that might currently be circulating through his system. You know what? Let's do everybody.
Oh, all right. Including also our passengers. They are confined to their room until we get onto Thebes, but as we are in transit.
He lights up another cigarette. Yeah, I forgot about them. Yeah, run it on them as well. Do us first, though.
All right. Should I pause on the genetic testing? I'm almost done.
Yeah, finish that.
All right. That will take me just one hot tick in a second. I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great, Sue. Today is a peachy day in space.
I think so as well. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Sue.
One thing.
Shoot.
I always said, and South Sue's mouth's a little bit weird to you right now. I always said that you were weak and you should be tougher. Try to make a good example. I'm proud to see what you did with that spy in the hold. I'm proud to see that you did what you needed to do to protect your family, as I always did.
We both know that wasn't the truth, Sue.
Well, I like to see that you're tougher. I like to think that perhaps the lessons that I gave you growing up helped make you a tougher man. And I'm proud of the blood you shed today.
Don't be. I'm better than you.
One always hopes one's son becomes better than the father.
Well, you tried your best. Ruby Red and his son Valentine.
Yes. And then Sue's standing there just waiting for your response. Well, did you want me to stop the first
No.
test and do the second?
No, keep with the paternity test and then run Severance first. It
Of
shouldn't take
course.
long. Foreign substances will pop up quick.
Absolutely. If you need anything, I'm here.
I know, Sue.
And Sue dematerializes. Get a little bit of an echo of Sue. Or just your vision, perhaps. Tarika.
I think they, even though it's not that far to run, like by the time they get onto the bridge, they're flustered. They're sweating, their hair is out of place, but they take a second to just and then they slap the comms on and they say, "This is the Gambler, Pilot Tarika speaking."
Now, on the bridge, at the moment, you have not Wesley. Wesley is down in the engine room because when you're in flight, he stays down there in case you need something happens, right? That's like the
As I
what
trained
you
him.
do as you trained him. But Kareen is up there because there is a you have the two stations for gunners up here. I mean, all the stations are up here, comm station, etc. And Kareen, but there is nothing much to do. So Kareen is just kind of like leaning back in the chair, sort of just noting you sort of rush in a bit of a hurry. Like Kareen's kind of chill. Like Kareen kind of like sits back and watches a lot and just kind of notes this rush of activity and just watches you as you slap down and they hit the comms. Just doesn't say anything though. Just notes, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I know the type.
Raises an eyebrow.
Fair. I was very disheveled, like coming in. Very.
Yeah, but also, how do I put this? You don't normally seem distressed when you're behind your station. The minute you're in the pilot seat, you generally tend to be a bit more calm and in the zone, and to see you be a bit sort of hectic, Kareen just notes it. Doesn't say a word though, but like you can tell that she is regarding you with like a Evan, of course, is steward, but everybody else is confined to quarters. And currently, Evan doesn't have any quarters. And so Evan is just sort of in the med bay because there's kind of nowhere else to be for Evan, which is, you know, that life. And you hit the comms and you're waiting for the sort of the the response back. And you hear on the other end of the comms.
Greetings. This is the Aslan ship, the Pride. We see from your transponder that you are the gambler. You'll excuse us
Precise.
for intervening in your journey to Thebes.
What would cause you to intervene in such an impromptu and ostentatious way?
We are looking for might I ask, it is not clear from your transponder, you are not registered as a Imperial ship, is that so?
Yes, that is accurate. What does that have to do with your needs? And I say this with all due respect, regard, and honor.
Understandable and acceptable. Do you have on your ship any Aslan travelers?
Tarika, being in the state that they're in, will double check the logs to be sure that none of the passengers that they have are Aslan, because they're not really trusting themselves right now to remember things. I don't think anybody was, though.
That is correct. None.
No. We do not. No.
Acceptable. Would you be willing? Our initial passive scans of your ship show this ship to be well armed.
Accurate.
This implies that your ship is staffed by those somewhat more capable.
We are an exceptionally capable crew who is well able to handle any situation that comes our way, regardless of how bizarre or inane it may appear at the front.
I see.
As Tarika does this, their like head ticks sideways for a hot second.
You are unaligned. You are capable. You seem to have respect.
You are
Captain
dancing around
Harlock?
the point.
Captain Harlock, this is respectable. We wish to have a meeting. To make an offer.
Our doctor and pilot will be available for the meeting. All other personnel are currently engaged in other matters. Considering the necessity of your particular situation, the fact that you have hailed a ship that is not affiliated or known to any other crew and have assessed its ability to have armaments, I suspect that this situation will be acceptable to you. Am I correct?
Yes. Please be aware that when you have this meeting, you have already shown yourself to be respectful. But I may not say so on comms that could be overheard. You will be meeting with someone of status.
Our crew is very familiar and capable of handling status.
Good. I will, with your... Shall we meet upon your ship or ours?
Tarika mutes the comms and they ping down to Val and they go, "The Aslan want to meet.
Their ship.
All right. Click off, pop on. Yours."
Acceptable. We shall prepare refreshments. We will allow your ship to dock with ours and be prepared for an inspection of your crew upon entry to ensure that you do not mean the Lord any harm.
We would welcome an inspection of the crew who will be visiting your lord, and, with equal respect, retain the right to bear arms to protect ourselves, knowing full well that he too shall be armed.
Acceptable. Good. We also expect non-disclosure and discretion.
We consider ourselves the epitome of discretion.
You shall know the name of the Lord aboard this ship, the Pride, when you arrive.
Prior to joining you upon the ship, is it fair to have an inclination of the discussion that your lord would request?
It is of a personal nature.
Ah. We will prepare to dock.
Excellent. You have our coordinates.
Precisely.
It
Terica
will
will...
take like maybe a half hour or so to actually get into like the docking range, because this communications in space, distance, right? You're not so far out that you're out of comms distance, but they did not want to get too close in case you decided, nobody wants to get too close to anybody in space. People might take that as a little bit threatening. So it's like about like half hour or so before you would actually dock, so it's not like they're going to be expecting you there immediately. You have a bit of time as you sort of start that maneuvering.
Which I think is really good, because as soon as Terica slaps the comms off, they're going to turn to the side and they're going to throw up beside the console.
Kareen looks at you. I have to change my weight.
Kareen looks at you.
Sorry, I just...
Hand
while
you a
we're docking...
handkerchief.
Thank you. Terica will just like clean themselves up a little bit and then say, I will clean this before I return it.
And Kareen hits the comms on her station. These go over to what we are calling the med bay, which is really actually just Val's quarters with lots of cool stuff. And you can hear Kareen on the comms. Evan, Terica might need some water, mineral water, and also a towel. And Evan's like, also clean up at the pilot station. Evan's back over at Val's place is going to have to get some materials to come over to you.
Val's going to be outside of Severance's door, by the way.
What's
Terica
happening
will
there?
look...
I'm going to note how close you all are to each other. I'm just gonna hang out over here on the ship map for everyone to see, because you are not actually that far from each other at all. Let me.
Yeah, I love how we use the comms when we're literally like 20 feet away from each other.
Yeah, you're just. It's habit, I imagine, right? You are not that far from each other. Where this
It's like
would be the
texting on the couch.
Yeah,
Eric, I can
right?
see
So-
that you're very upset. Why don't you come down to the med bay whenever you have time to make the 3-second trip?
Right, because you've got all of your rooms up here, and then you've got the bridge way up there, not that far, and then you've got your sort of like meeting, diplomatic dinner type room down there and back. But it's really not that huge of a distance.
I do want to
But,
thank
you
you
know.
all for using the comms to keep me feel like I'm still involved. That's really kind of you. Thank you.
Because you do all hear that the passengers have been removed from your comlink, their rooms, so they're not hearing any of this. Because if there were like some sort of problem with the ship, they don't need to know. That's how it is on planes. But you all hear all of this. Indeed.
Are there any problems on planes? How dare you?
Right. Trooper, I would have, or Val would have Sue go around individually to each compartment of the awake passengers and just say that, we're preparing to our approach into Thebes. We have, there's an Aslan ship that has requested docking. They have something, in the grand scheme of being pleasant for the universe. We're going to see if they need any help. Ba 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 ba.
Jaeger is like, ugh. Because here's the thing: this is that time period where they're not free to walk about the cabin, but it's also not a short distance from, your jump spot to a planet itself, which can be frustrating. But he knows. You said something like basically you said that thing, help people, so that he's like, he can't complain about it too much. He might, but it's you, so if it were Evan, he'd probably complain. But you he likes, so he's on his best behavior.
Right. And what he would also send through, since we do have the library program on here, he would send the top-notch like vid scans of what would basically be like the plain Serengeti of, and with I've been thinking about our trip, whatever it was, just to placate him a little bit.
Yes.
Val be right outside of Severance's door. Sue, I want you to open this door and then I want you to lock it behind me.
Of course. One moment. And Sue dematerializes and crops up right by Tarika, then dematerializes and crops back up right by Val. I'm sorry. I imagine you're first. The news is positive.
And the other stuff.
Of course. Shall I inform the happy?
No.
All right. And then Sue dematerializes.
I do think that since Sue materialized in front of Tarika, they would say, because they just threw up, they're looking up at Kareem. All of this is happening. They're like, Sue, what do you want?
Rematerializes. I'm taking some tests. I feel like you should talk to the doctor. You're welcome. Dematerializes.
No, thank you. Kareem, if you could take care of the guns. If we need to shoot, that would be great.
Are we going
Wesley,
into combat?
get up here. I literally don't know, but I would rather be prepared in case we have to. I think that would be an excellent thing to do at this point in time. Oh, hello, Evan. I'm so sorry. I don't usually
Just
regurgitate my meal like this. It's fine. I'm going to get cleaned up. No, I'll pilot us in. Wesley!
Wesley's like, I'm on my way over the comms. But Wesley's down below on the lower level, so actually has to come all the way up. Unlike everybody else who's just a couple of feet from each other, he actually has to come from down below all the way back up.
Chat, I also, while I'm thinking about this, chat, remind me when we start season 2, I guarantee you that Wesley has built or crafted themselves a room on the first floor. I want to find that. Just remind me. I'm not going to have time this episode. Remind me to find his Sancta Sanctorum. That's all I'm asking. That's your job, chat.
This is a true statement. Yeah, it does. We've got the doc getting news. Well, Sue goes back to running some tests. We've got some nice mineral water and a towel up in the front as Evan is just cleaning up some unfortunateness on this ship. Kareen is like, I'm going to go to the armory and make sure we've got guns. So she's heading back down. What are you all doing as the ship is sort of on a course towards this Aslan ship?
Get cleaned up.
What do we do about Severance? He's going to go into the room and lock the door behind him if Sue will oblige. Severance?
Yes.
I want to see how you are. Will you allow me to check up on you?
Sure.
How are you feeling, my friend?
All right. I'm feeling a bit confused, mainly, but I think I'm all right.
This is for you and us. It's not.
No, I don't smoke. Thank you,
No. I mean, locking you in here. I don't have one for you.
No.
I apparently have gone through all of them,
Oh,
except for this one, which seems to never go farther down. Who cares?
I'm sure it is. I understand. I wouldn't trust it either.
I trust you. I don't trust what's happening to you. And I don't think you have any control over it. But I've been wrong before. Not a god. Not yet.
When have you been wrong before?
A couple times.
Right. Well, I don't know what else you need. You need to do vitals or something, or take some blood.
I just want to check and make sure that you weren't affected by shit that was inside those greaves.
Right.
It amplifies psionic power. It's also highly addictive. These are two things that are strikes against you, my friend, that you can't control. But I can help.
Right. We know that I have any in my system. I guess that's what you're here.
Sue and I will figure it out. That implant I gave you will make this quick work.
Mm,
Hello. The answer is yes. I'm full of good news today.
Sue, I want you to begin to purge the system then.
Oh,
Not using the severance protocols.
all right.
Do it.
That's sometimes quite funny, I would imagine. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant explosive diarrhea. You mean something else.
You need to keep
I will get
working
on
on
that.
that. Yep.
By the way, it's only a.
good humor.
Yes. I've been working on it. It's.
Could tell.
Thank you. It's a light amount of. Infestation? Uh, that might not be the right word, although these drugs seem to have somewhat strange properties. I will say that it's good that you only had an inhalation. I have been working on purging the life support system so that no more particles are floating about.
Very good, Sue. What would I do without you?
I don't know.
Neither do
I'll
I.
be mixing up a cocktail. It will taste terrible, but you will clean your system right up. I'm working right now on the next member of our crew, who of course is Dr. Valentine. Excuse me.
Chipper.
Yeah. Okay, so while Sue's working on the cocktail, it should bring you up to speed that apparently, and I'm assuming that Val heard the exchange and knows what's going. Okay, we have an Aslan ship that we're meeting with.
Mm,
I believe Tarika told them that
meeting with them.
yes, on their ship.
Very well.
Couldn't bring them on board here because
Makes sense. Yes.
it's one big trip in here.
Very well. And when you say we, do you mean me included?
I would like you to be there.
Very well, I take the glove off and raise my wrist towards him, or whatever the.
It's that port that he put under your skin subdermally or subdermal in your shoulder. And basically he can read it from this distance anyway. So it's
Okay.
you don't even have to. Yeah, Sue's already linked in submitting resumes.
You are given you can see a little blip that hits your comms with a it's like a recipe, right? But the way I would think of it is a recipe that you can then use to I imagine you have some like base chemicals that can be readjusted, right? So
Trooper, we could easily use the auto bar or the auto chef to do this stuff with, because
yes,
it says that you can actually do that. Yeah.
basically
Yeah,
what I
what
so
kind of-
that's
Depends on what kind of liquor we have. If the stronger, the better, of course. But if we don't want to do it, probably through either intravenously or maybe even through orally, it's probably best if it's vaporized and if we inhale it, because then, of course, we'll be the bronchioles and we'll be cleansing our alveoli. That is probably the best way to make sure that our lungs will be clear off and purged from the system from the inside out, if that is something we want to do to get rid of this drug. I've only seen it done so many times. But that's a theory.
I always appreciate your expertise on these particular matters.
you just hear Sue, because Sue is always listening, saying, "That's an excellent idea. I will do that."
No.
Just from the comms.
Sue knows what he's doing.
No.
I'm sure. I just wanted to ask quickly, do you have any idea where you sent the Harlock? You said something about gardens.
Yeah, the
What does
water
that mean?
gardens or something. It's take a look. And I pass
a
the glasses
look.
over. Through these. Look at that mirror. Do you see anything?
And when you hold these glasses, I mean, I will tell you, first off, he's been picking at them, right? The enamel of these glasses have
Scratches all over them. Yeah.
Yeah. But underneath there is, it seems like an emerald or some sort of gemstone underneath. But to you, it feels cool to the touch. It seems like perhaps whoever originally owned this was trying to smuggle some very expensive gemstones out of it, but you don't see anything strange through it. Except, give me medicine.
Sure.
Give me medicine. And this could be, let me see. Intellect or education, I think.
They are both the same.
Slightly
if I
different
can
vibe,
use
but
right. If I can use Sue, am I allowed to use Sue?
yes.
Okay.
Because I believe Sue aid you in medicine, yeah? Yeah.
Education or intellect rolls.
Yeah.
And I'm on ship, so here we go. 13.
Ooh, 13, that's very good. You are a person who knows a lot about any number of medical topics, right? Like you have trained in a lot of different things and you've had to. When you're on a ship, you can't. Doctors, we live in a time now where everyone's like hyper specialized. This is not all that useful necessarily in a space when you have one doctor on a ship for weeks and months, and you know what I mean? So you have to know a little bit of dentistry, a little bit of optometry, like all sorts of different things altogether. What strikes you as odd about these glasses is that really nobody would have this prescription. The prescription on these glasses seem to be made to make it hard. Like it's not a coherent prescription, right?
It's not even a prescription. Are you saying it's more like the glass is imperfect, or it's?
No, this seems deliberate, right? It seems to have been deliberately made in a way that it's like 14 different types of astigmatisms, all like laid on top of each other slightly
Gotcha.
kaleidoscopically, right? So the lenses are cut clearly on purpose, but nobody has an astigmatism that would need this. So it's kind of odd, right? It's a thing that when you look at it, you're like, this is not really, might give you a headache if you looked at it a little bit too long, because it's actually quite funhouse mirrory in a certain way. Things look a little bit fuzzy, broken, and off. If you've ever put on somebody's glasses that's not the right prescription, take that, times it by 100. But what I will tell you is that this is not, you can't think of anybody that would have a prescription like this. So it is odd to you that there is a deliberate, and this is like a gemstone that has been sort of somehow sort of cut to sort of work as a lens, but it doesn't, like, maybe you'd think, oh, maybe it'll like focus, you can like get like a magnification, but all it does is splinter things. So you can't see through them in a way that makes sense. And that seems to have been deliberately done, and seems to have taken, because that's a very good roll, that 13, a very long time. Somebody spent a lot of time and effort to craft something that is not a very good medium for this, to create something very deliberately that does not make sense.
He would note that, but not say anything to Severance. He would
It's like, yes, it's like the magic eye glasses. Like, it's very odd.
right. He would hand them back. I don't see anything, my friend, but I trust that you do. You say that she's safe in these gardens
I don't know.
at the moment.
At the moment, last I checked, I was looking at the mirror. I had someone sneak up to me. They had something in their hand, but also some sort of evil thoughts in their eyes. I've seen it before. And it was me. I spun around and I attacked. It ended up being Sue. Funny thing. So I didn't seem to hurt anyone. But there was someone else there who seemed to also arrive. She also had my face. Woman's figure. Very, very odd. And next thing I know, the door's locked because I've sent Harlock away.
It had to have been a side effect of your exposure to these drugs. You're not at fault, Severance. I just want to make sure that you're safe for yourself and for us. We all have, not to the Harlock's extent, but we all have possibilities. These drugs prey upon them, augment them.
Very well. And we have a meeting with the Aslan Imperium.
You're going to
Hire it.
You're going to search us when we get over there. Tarika said that we would be armed, but I'm sure we can't come over with grenades or like we're going to occupy them.
Don't plan on occupying them. Plan on moving along, hopefully. And well, we'll see. Did they say what they wanted?
They have not. We are to meet with their lord. Named. Can I count on you, my friend?
Of course you can. You always could have. Is there a time where you hadn't?
Never.
And that still rings true.
It is good to hear.
Sue!
Hello.
How's the cocktail
Doc.
coming along?
Oh, very good. And like all of a sudden, the door opens and Sue comes in with it looks like an inhaler. This has been modified for you. By the way, Doc, you have slightly higher elevated concentrations of this drug in your system. I'll be making one of these for you as well, unless you don't want me to. And hands this sort of inhaler over to the Baron.
Thank you.
Go ahead with that, Sue.
All right. By the way, Baron, the doc has had me switch the chemical makeup protocol of drugs that I manufacture for you. I have done so. Please watch out for withdrawal symptoms. And Sue walks out.
Which include what? Which include what, Doc?
This is a day, I guess, and we're all high, so I might as well say it. You're you. You're not a clone. I don't know if this is a shock or a surprise to you.
What do you
It
mean?
was to
me?
me.
Of course, I've always been me.
No. The cells in that body are original.
How long has that been?
You're asking me how long you've been you? Since I've known you.
Doesn't make any sense. I grew up in Drinax.
Your body didn't.
The body that you knew back when he was college was definitely a clone body. But somewhere...
That's right. There,
Yeah,
I mistook. I misspoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the original time
This
when I got my
body
first
didn't.
test,
Yeah.
it was a baseline of the clone.
Yeah.
So yeah, let me
Yeah.
retcon that.
Yeah.
Sometime after we first met, between college and now, you have evolved.
Hmm. This explains the dreams, I guess.
We have a lot to talk about, my friend, but
Yes,
first
I
we
think
must
so.
talk to Yaslin.
Yes, yes. Explains a lot. All right. Yes, let's move forward.
Sue shows up with an inhaler for the doc. I'm going to be speaking with Tarika. They're next. And dissipates.
So these are the same. You're telling me?
He would. And first off, just a time out for a second. Val doesn't take shit unless he knows. He trusts Sue enough to know, but at the same time, he's also a little bit paranoid when it comes to anything medical.
Especially
So
right now, I imagine.
Yeah.
just a little bit. Yeah, he would. But again, it wouldn't take much because if it's in like he would be able to see everything that was in it, and as long as it checked out, he'd pocket it.
Sue follows your instructions.
Better. Yeah. So
Tarika, Sue arrives for you.
Where is Val?
Oh, they're on their
We
way.
need to talk. Excellent.
Oh,
Why are you
by
here?
the way, I've done tests.
Okay.
And I have the results.
Wait. What is the answer?
The answer is you do indeed have elevated particles of that drug in your system, and you may want to take this inhaler.
What?
It'll help purge.
That was not the test I was expecting. Is the DNA test still running?
Oh, no. That has been finished some time ago.
Then what is the answer?
Oh, the doctor has not told you.
No, I haven't seen Val yet. Things have been a tad bit intense. There's been just
Make
what
a
is
psychic
the
roll,
answer?
please.
Oh God.
You seem stressed out, so I need you to make a psychic roll, please.
Super stressed.
Mm-hmm.
Is this with a modifier?
You are not currently wearing your pin, so you do not get that
True.
one. But you still have drugs in your system, so you get a 1 plus 1.
Excellent.
Hmm.
Oh God.
A 7. Your specializations are
Awareness and teleportation.
you have a quick burst of information that sort of hits you, but you can't make sense of it. It's like all of a sudden you just kind of it's like a brief flash of getting a sense of all the living beings on the ship. Like it's like a half second of just like feeling, like it's like you can feel the heartbeats of everyone on this ship, and it was only a half second, and you could not control it, and it doesn't make any sense. But it was like you just got very stressed, and all of a sudden, it's like, but you don't feel hostility. It was like this one moment where you were like, it was like a search for hostility, and you don't feel it, but you don't. But it doesn't make any sense. All the people are jumbled. Like it just sort of came out of nowhere. I suppose I should congratulate you.
On what?
Are you all right? Should I get the doctor?
I'm fine.
I'll take it
Val?
from
What?
here, Sue.
Thank you.
Val. He said the test is done. He won't tell me what it is.
How are you feeling?
Fine. I'm perfectly fine.
Kareen is in the background and goes,
Val can also smell vomit.
yeah.
They're not entirely cleaned up yet. And also their hair is a complete wreck. Like they haven't fixed shit.
And it looks like the Baron has just come out of their room as well.
Smells awful in here.
Evan's cleaning it up. Why are you free?
Am I free?
You killed the Harlock, so or for as best as we can possibly figure that out right now, we have other things to handle. We need to go meet with the Aslan, and for all I know, you could practically be my father. So you know what? I just don't understand why you're out of your room.
I can answer, strangely enough, several of those. One, Severance is out because I deduced that, and with Sue's aid, that he had high saturation of the side drugs in his system, and then also that the Harlock is safe in water gardens somewhere. I don't know that part. A couple other things that I found out that I too had elevated levels in my system. You do. Fuck, he's your father.
Fuck! Get out of my room! Not you. Jericho will point to Val, like, not you. But
By
they
the way,
will say
you're
that
on the bridge,
100%.
and Wesley pops up and is like, "What? Me? I'm
No,
sorry. What
you
asked
say
me here.
you have to pilot.
What?
No,
Damn it,
I
Wesley.
got you up here.
Wait,
Rocky!
what?
Wesley, Dr. Scott.
Rocky, Captain looks at Severance. What? I don't.
I don't know. Yes, I'll leave. I don't know what's...
Oh, wait.
Wait,
Everyone, we have
wait
to meet with the Aslan, so we need
I
to
know.
work this shit out so we can not be high around the company.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can meet with the Aslan. You vouch for him? Terica will like take both like if you're okay with this, take
Yeah.
Val's face like in their hands and be like, "Are you okay with this?"
No, I'm not okay with anything that's happened today, but I'm okay with Severance.
You're okay with Severance.
We're all not okay.
No,
What, Wesley?
Wesley.
What happened to the Harlock?
We're in a water garden. It's okay. We've talked about it. We've discussed it.
Okay. Do I need to know anything?
You're probably high.
Oh. Okay.
Likely
Um,
high.
I feel fine.
That makes sense.
Feel
Go
really
talk to
fine
Sue.
when you're high.
I do
Go talk
feel
to
really
Sue.
fine. But,
You're high.
Okay. Should I go find Sue?
Yes.
Okay.
Wesley,
No,
do me a
Wesley
favor.
needs to pilot. In case we have to run, in case the Aslan are absolutely out of their minds and we have to run, Wesley needs to be up here.
Okay.
Captain?
Out of your mind that we are in good company.
Let's all just take a walk. The three of us, Wesley, sit down. Sit down and take a seat. And
Gonna finish that.
I'm sorry for the vomit. It's getting cleaned.
You got you vomit? Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm
Let's-
fine.
let's-
I'm absolutely, positively fine. I am the epitome of fine. If you looked up fine in a dictionary, any dictionary, you would see my face right beside it. Just the perfect epitome of absolute fine right in this moment. And with that, Tarika is going to walk off the bridge.
we're fine.
Okay. Okay, have a nice walk. I'll sit in their chair.
Wesley, I'm not sure that they're fine, but I need you to be fine. Can you be fine?
Yeah.
We're having a bit of a medical emergency.
Okay.
Actually, you might be high.
Okay. I never get drunk in public, so
Good news, you're not drunk in public. You're high.
okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
wait. Okay. Captain, I can talk to you later, right? I'll sit in the chair and if I say anything strange, I don't mean it.
Right.
Wesley, you sit down. And we're all gonna back away slowly.
Is there anything growing on my head? Is that why you're backing
Mm.
away?
No,
wait.
no, everything's fine.
Are we having a conversation out here, or are you just going to stay on the bridge?
I'm going to go out into the hallway now.
Wesley
gonna
starts
go.
freaking out, like low key, and like looking for a mirror to see if there's anything growing out of his head because you're all walking away like something is growing out of his head, and he's like, but he doesn't have one, so he's like looking at, he looks at one of the like the viewport things. He's like, computer, make it a mirror, and he just sort of looks at his face to make sure there's nothing growing out of his head since everybody's acting so weird and now he's feeling paranoid. As you all,
Wesley, shut up, Wesley. Everything's fine.
Would you calm down?
and
Jeez.
you all head off into the
Whatever you do,
hallway.
don't have a bad high.
I'm so tempted to lock the bridge door behind us, but I won't.
And Sue's like, he's got elevated symptoms of the particle.
Get him a puffer.
All right.
As soon as ASAP.
And Sue walks by you all as the three of you are huddled, not at all paranoid and freaked out in the hallway of this ship.
All right. So, to an Aslan ship.
Right.
And
So
talk to them about something. What do they want to talk about, Derek?
It's a personal
Focus.
matter. I'm focused. I am so focused right now, Val. Incredibly.
Not on that. On the Aslan. We need to not focus on that.
That's
and-
what I'm focusing on for now. I'll deal with you later. Tarika says that obviously to Severance. And then they're back to Val and they say, listen, here's the reality of the situation. It's a lord. It's a personal matter. That's what we know. We're allowed to carry weapons. I got them to agree to weapons. We're going to have a conversation with them and then leave. I said there would only be two people. I said it would be the medical doctor and the pilot. So at this point, for a third person to be there, we need to just make sure that we address that at the very least. And
Okay.
Well, I'm not a person, I'm a captain. There.
Oh
fixed it.
oh, an excellent captain you are. You know, you have been the epitome of captain this entire ship, this entire journey. You've been the epitome of captain. It's just been fantastic. I've never had a better captain myself, frankly.
Thank you.
You know I didn't mean that.
Let's walk downstairs.
All right, let's go.
Hey, wait. You hear
Wesley,
Wesley.
what?
Shut up, Wesley.
But wait, look. And he points to the. It looks like a big, huge picture window, but it's a viewport, right? And you see it. The Aslan ship. It's massive. It is huge. It is
It's the
shiny.
girthiest ship I've ever seen.
Oh, it was one of the biggest. It was the biggest ship I ever seen, and it's got lined in like gold sweeps on it. It has weapons, but this is not a warship. This is a floating palace.
Polynesian.
Not like yours. Yours is an actual huge, massive city. But this is a massive ship that is clearly the ship of some sort of important nobility who likes to show off about how important of a noble sort of person they are. This is a pleasure barge. Yes, this is a pleasure barge, which, for the record, is hanging
Changes how I
out
look at it.
in the middle of space, not at the Thebes Highport, and also not 100 diameters from a jump point. So, what it's
That's
doing,
odd.
it is what it's doing, like halfway between that jump point and the high port is a good question, but it's just hanging. It's hanging out in a space to intercept somebody who's going from the jump point to high port, which is what you were doing. That's what it's doing, but it's not in one of those two places, and it's not moving. Like, it's not in transit. It's hanging out.
This is the kind of ship that my mother always talked about having. Like, this is
Yes.
like this is what we once had. This is what you should
Yes.
have. This is the level,
Yes.
like, oh
Yes.
God.
Good.
Ain't
Yes, it
that
is.
fun? Let's add to
Yes, it
Terrica's
is.
psychosis right now.
And it is
It's pronounced psychedelic.
nice. Yeah. And it also is like, it's doing this. Ooh. Psychedelics.
Oh yeah, because Terrica hasn't taken their meds yet.
But you have your puffer.
I do,
so
technically.
Val hasn't taken his either.
You have them. Now, Sylvia, by the way, the passengers were in their rooms at the time, and they have not been exposed.
Fantastic.
Great. Useless piece of information.
Food and drinks all around.
Excellent.
Ethan can take care of everybody. Ethan, Evan, whatever his name is, the guy that Terrica shot.
Luckily, Evan
Thanks,
doesn't hear that
Greg.
because Evan's cleaning up, right? But yes, you have looming in the distance coming forward, and you can see it from this distance. So you still have time before you will dock, but you can see that you are being invited to a ship that is somewhat suspiciously hanging out, not in a, like, they would be docked, right? Also, this is not Aslan space. So what are they doing here? Well, although you also saw the Imperium here too, so apparently these big, large powers don't necessarily respect. Well, what is there to respect? There is no central power in this space anyway, so they can kind of do whatever they want. But there it is, hanging out.
Okay. All right. Okay. You know, I'll
I'm
calm
calm.
down.
I'm calm.
I know.
Good.
I can see it. Let's go downstairs.
I'm surprisingly calm. Well, not surprisingly. Usually this is what I do anyway. Are we ready? These the Aslan are usually they're known for their pride, and I mean that in both literal and a figurative sense. They are lion people. So let's try our best, and I guess bow when they bow, and lick yourself when they lick themselves, or whatever.
Oh, quick, would Tarika know what the because I feel like they would have been trained in diplomacy with the major powers. So would Tarika know how to greet these guys? Because I feel like they would share that information.
Give me that diplomacy roll
Okay.
based on education.
You blink slowly if you want to show them affection.
Very slowly. Pet them
Mhm.
only behind the ears,
That's
but
right.
only
Like foreheads.
after
They love their
agree.
foreheads touched.
Yes,
That's right.
precisely.
As
And
you
if
are
their tails
heading
start going
down,
erratically, then hands off. That's what happens.
ooh, 12. That is very good. And you are heading down to the ground level of the ship. Here are some things you know about the Aslan. One, they are not lions, and they tend to find it a bit offensive that humans tend to read them as lions because they're not, although they kind of look like it, which they find very offensive because they're not, but they kind of look like it. They have a very sort of they have a very kind of complicated society that's very gendered in various ways, and where male members of the Aslan, it's whether or not you matter depends on how much land you have, or you have to take territory, and so they tend to be warriors. The female members of the Aslan society are the diplomats and the leaders and the people who sort of keep society working. But they've got this thing where you aren't anything unless you have territory. But people already have territory, so they have to get new territory. So what tends to happen is yeah. So younger Aslan are people who are not the first. They're called Ihetai, and they go off and they conquer territory is what they do, which is one of the reasons why the Imperium is not very excited about them, because they are a very expansionist sort of group. They have a very strong sense of honor, a very strong sense of family.
Right.
There is a lot of tension between the Aslan and the Imperium, not just because the Aslan are expansionist and a little like it's very touchy sort of dealing with the Aslan because they tend to be a little bit hostile to everybody else, mostly because everybody else tends to treat them very poorly, right? Like there's a lot of distrust between the groups of people. People tend to treat them like animals, and they are not, and they don't tend to like it, right? There's a lot of hostility. Being part of the Reach is a little bit better because you're not, at least with the Imperium, there's been a lot of stress. You also know that there is a splinter group of the Aslan, which is they've got some planets not too far from here that practice enslavement. And the Aslan Hired are not about it, but there's this sort of like kind of a fanatical subgroup that is causing trouble sometimes with the Aslan themselves. Generally speaking, Aslan nobles tend to act like they own the world and they're the most important thing in the entire universe. And you tend to have to just go with the flow a little bit.
Like
but
humans.
yes. They, speaking of pride though, also, of course, there is tension because the Aslan destroyed Drinax, right? They're the ones who came in and destroyed Drinax. Killed everybody, right? Bombed everything, and yeah, that's them. So there's tension. Yeah. No, that's Drinax was destroyed by them.
Like I said, lion people.
Mostly, don't call them that; they won't like it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And I also don't like them blowing up my homeworld. Okay.
Well,
I mean,
that
realistically, would be
now,
awful.
They did
Something
do it
happened to
for
their
a
air
good
support
reason.
system. Look, wealth
the
and
good
power
reason
is not a
was-
good reason to blow up other people's worlds.
Well, the Drinaxians were like, you don't get to pass through our space without giving us tariffs, and the Aslan didn't appreciate that. So
Yeah, well, life's tough.
they destroyed everything.
Seems
They-
overreactive.
they did not appreciate having to pay expensive tariffs to do trade, so they killed everybody. So anyway,
Yeah, that's
you
cool.
do know that there's a lot of pride. There's a lot of sort of status. There's a lot of face is important, right? The idea of face, self-sufficiency. Um,
So then
they
I
have not.
imagine like the greeting ritual, I imagine, is because they're so intent on pride and because they're so intent on presenting wealth and power, as it relates to the ownership of space. I think that Terrico was trained that their greeting ritual is that nobody stands close to each other. You are as far apart as you can possibly be within the space without being near a wall. And when you bow, it is a like hinge from the hips sort of deal, but you keep the face up. You're facing them the entire time. And both hands are at your sides, down by your weapons, because the reality is that when you're going for land, you need to be ready.
Yeah.
And I imagine that is what the greeting is.
I will tell you, you have heard many negative things about the Aslan your entire life.
Yeah.
There's
And
a
I'm
lot of
high.
there's a lot
And
of
we're high.
anti-Aslan propaganda is the best way to put it, right? It's a little bit weird being Drinaxian because they destroyed your entire world, just
Mhm.
and people would say that the fact that the floating palace still exists is part of their cruelty. They destroyed everything but the nobles, so that you were all nobles over nothing to laugh at you. So there's a lot of hostility there. Also, the Imperial tends to emphasize how dangerous the Aslan are and how at any moment they'll just invade. And really, you should maybe think about that, all of you planets in the Reach. And maybe it might be good for you to join the Imperium to be protected from the very dangerous and any moment will invade and take over Aslan Hyrate. So there's a lot of, especially if you're looking Imperium wise, a lot of using the Aslan as the boogeyman and like the big dangerous force to destroy everything. At the same time, this whole space is rooted in trade between the Aslan Hyrate and the Imperium, right? Like that's, I mean, this whole space is all about trade going back and forth. So these are groups of people who are trading with each other regularly and making a lot of money off of it. And there's regular interaction, but the propaganda is pretty heavy. And Baron, you also know something about the Aslan because of your backstory that you have established.
They love clones.
No, it's Captain Crash Jones. You know, Wesley Crash Jones up in the Space Adventurers.
Yes.
Yeah. He takes on Aslan villains quite a lot. Like, even though he's like stuck on Drinax and becomes the leader of the Drinaxian barbarians, somehow they're always Aslan who show up, and he always vanquishes them through, great heroic deeds. There's a, you know, your propaganda, like there it is, right? It's so often there's like the evil Aslan who just show up, and the good heroic Crash Jones. They're always sort of shown in a lot of these pulpy things as sort of big villains and also the Zodani, right? Those are the two people who are always the big villains in these stories. Always. And sometimes they're working together to take down all the good people. And it's like, it's heavy. It's a lot. There's a lot of that.
There's going to be a lot in this next scene, that's for sure. All right. So I
So
follow them into the airlock.
like here's exactly what you need to do, and then at the very end, and they're like, and if you want to insult them, don't bow.
Maybe they're quite a predicament.
And you hear it? The ship maneuvering into place. And I'm going to roll. Let me check. the ship does have a bonus because your ship is very, very good. Let me just check. Yes, Wesley was able to do that. Just
Yeah.
Shut up, Wesley. He did something right.
Classic. Shut up, Wesley.
it was you could feel a little bit of like a right as and then you can hear the seal, and you know between you and
being
these
jostled, I'm
two-
looking over at Tarek
yeah,
this whole time. Like,
these airlock doors.
this guy is really doing this.
Terica is gonna look back at him like, say one word, say one flippin' word right now. Like
Right now.
they're just like almost vibrating levels of just
I can see we're all ready to meet company.
yeah.
And with that, the door opens, and you can hear all the air sort of pouring from one to the next. And for a brief second, you think you see the Harlock looking through one of the airlock windows with her hand on the window, but it's just a vision.
Fucker.
And as you walk into this airlock, the door behind you shuts. The next door pressurizes, depressurizes, opens. You can move into the next, into now their airlock. And as the door shuts behind you, the gambler, you cross the threshold from the gambler to the pride. Everything that is what you've built towards behind you. And who knows what is in front of you. And as those doors open, you see marble, polished, white, with sort of gold sort of veining in it, and columns. And you are about to meet someone important. However, as you hear the Harlock's voice behind you saying, "Wait." That's where we end the season.
I knew it. Amazing.
All of my notes are gonna be like distress, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, panic, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
I'm gonna have to really start smoking again after that one.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I would
Was
like to
awesome.
show you the present.
Oh yeah.
Yay, present
Present
time.
time.
I feel like I deserve that off that after all that heavy
Me too.
breathing.
All right, first off, all three of you have to close your eyes. Like, you can't see it yet. Close your eyes.
Okay.
Close your
I
eyes, close your eyes.
closed them. I closed them.
Okay.
Who's got their
Because
eyes open?
I don't want you to be able to see it yet until I can make sure the audience can see it too, because I want them all to see it at the same time. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, you can look.
I love it. It's so cool. It's so cool.
Wow, that
Oh
is
my god.
sick.
So, what you are all looking at is what is going to be on the T-shirts that we have. They are not yet. I have to go and finish like customizing the storefront webpage thing. But there's going to be T-shirts, a little mug, which cool tumbler, a notebook because I need to take notes all the time, and a poster if you want it, and that. This is art by Void Smoker, who is amazing. This is the crew. These are the gamblers. We have. Oh, and I can actually do this because this is a thing I can do. I'm so
You
excited.
can ping him.
We have the Harlock. We have Terica. We have the Baron. We have our Doc. We've got Sue.
Ooh.
Kareen, Evan, and Wesley.
Oh my god. I love it so bad.
Um,
And the gambler
good.
up at the top.
and
gambler,
the
yep.
gambler,
And the
way up
gambler.
at the top,
Uh-huh.
the gambler.
And there's
And-
Very
Drinax.
important.
Yeah.
Making that up.
And there's Drinax. And just so you know, anybody who's in chat, I'm going to need you all to just make sure you say something in the next 5 minutes because I'm going to do a giveaway. And I'm going to give one of you a t-shirt and by the way, the crew is getting t-shirts from me. That's just...
Oh, I was literally about to go post in chat.
Oh.
I was like, I'm not missing out on this chance.
Oh, no. This, I like to give my crew a present, as a thank you for being an amazing crew. You are such a lovely crew of people to have be my players, and as a thank you, you're going to get a t-shirt. So that is going to be my love. But somebody in chat is also going to get a t-shirt. I don't know who it is yet. And once this thing goes up, I will actually post it all for you all. But I wanted to let you all see this
Sick.
art that
It is so good.
I love
Yeah.
it so much.
It's Void Smoker. I can't even speak about how amazing this
Yeah.
art is and
Ah,
how much I
you do-
love each one of these characters, and how excited I am by this. So I wanted you all to see that big present. That was the big present.
That is so good. Thank you.
You do such a good job, Boyd. Like, holy cow.
Right? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that is
That's
nuts.
amazing. Yeah, knocked it out of the park. So I just want to let you all know. Once I've got to finish talking to folks. Once I get it all set up, I will post it all, let you all know where it is if you want to get the stuff yourself. I'm really excited about getting a notebook, because then I get like a gambler's notebook. I'm very excited.
Yeah. All the notes.
But also, there's one more thing I wanted to share, and that is this. This is the season 1 finale. A little bit of a naked now. That is, Hawkeye knows me. A little bit of a naked now going on because shut up, Wesley. But we will be back with more of the Gamblers at the end of March. So the question will be, what are we doing in the next 6 weeks? Well, some things I can tell you, some things I can't. Next week, I'm going to be doing a solo RPG. I'm going to tell you what that is in a second. The week after that, Laugh, Love, Lindy and I will be finally doing our showdown where we try to murder each other. 2 people go in, only 1 person leaves. It's a little indie game called Showdown, wherein 2 people come in and for some reason they want to murder each other. And if you win the conflict, you murder the other person. But if you lose the conflict, you define what the conflict's about. So you get to say why that is happening. I'm very excited about it. But I wanted to tell you what's going to be happening next week. And it's probably just the beginning of something bigger, but let me show you. And this is tied into, we have sponsors, which I want to thank greatly. First off, I want to thank everybody who is a member of our Patreon who's given tips and bits. I'm going to read out our tips and bits messages. But we have a special sponsorship tier, and there's only 4 of them available, and it's $200, which will pay for this crew, these players. Not me, I'm later. But that's for them, and it's for 1 week. And if you get a sponsorship tier, you get like a special ad, a special shout out. And I want to give the special shout outs to our sponsors, KY Hawkeye, Willen TW, Aneo and Amoeba, and also Josh Meehan Art. So Josh Meehan Art, I said I had a special surprise for him as well. Next week's solo RPG is going to be something special. It's going to be using Starforged, Iron Sworn Starforged, which has just come out. I kickstarted it. By the way, I just want to note that Josh Meehan, who did the art of Severance in the amazing green latex suit, did the art for this game. Right? This art is so phenomenally gorgeous. And I have a whole special ad that I'm really excited to play. But the point is, I'll be using this, drawn by our Josh Meehan Art, to give you one of the adventures of Captain Wesley Crash Jones and the Space Adventures.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. So I'm very excited for some great pulpy goodness. So next week you can tune in for some Captain Crash Jones and the Space Adventures. Going and defeat
That's
all
so
our
good.
dangerous Aslan and Zodani and looking at the barbarians of Drinax. So I'm excited about that. So tune in next week for that. And I wanted to just like let Josh show
Friday.
that special surprise. So good. So good.
Is next Friday?
Next Friday. So next Friday is going to be that. And then some showdown. And then, I'm going to be emailing some folks about what's been happening after that, because like we get a little bit of time of a break in between, and there's some things on the books that we've got going on. So that is all of that, and I want to let you know. By the way, now I'll be giving I have a Patreon, and just so you know, I sent out a letter, a Patreon letter, and it's the end of the season, so there's going to be an end of season Patreon letter. I always sort of do one at the end of the season, and that Patreon letter is not. It's not locked, right? So anybody can read it. And I will also post a link to it on the Patreon, on the Discord. So you can, I just kind of let you know how it went and what we did and give you all this sort of the heads up. And so expect in this break me to get this page up so you can get your own t-shirt if you like. Checking out a bunch of stuff. So I've got a bunch of fun stuff for you all, which I'm really excited about. And this art is so gorgeous. I can't really handle it.
It's nuts.
Yeah, it's so gorgeous. So, my dearest players, and also my dearest audience members and everybody on YouTube who've made some really great comments, and I just love you all so very much. I want our crew to sign out for the moment before I end it with all the love from our chat. So if you could say who you are, where we can find you next, and give some love to somebody else for what happened today. That's not me. And do that. Oh, and then your hope for next season. And I want to start going backwards. Greg.
Hi, everybody. Grimjack21502 playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey tonight here on the Pirates of Drinax. This has been an absolute blast. I have had the pleasure of having a similar episode with Trooper before, whenever we were doing our one-on-ones with the our vampire game that we did, and it's
coming, by the way.
When we overturn the vampires?
Yeah, that's season
That's
2.
the next drug.
That's my dream. So cool.
It's the absolute best. It's in my opinion, it's role-playing improv of the highest caliber, because you are bouncing around and things that have actually, it's Trooper, everybody. It's just what you sign up for. You dive in. It's a wonderful swim. The water's perfect, and I couldn't love it anymore. Yeah, Nice Black Agents were just super duper fun.
Yep.
Anywho, my love for this particular episode was obviously just the motif and the ambiance the Trooper was going for, but I mean the scene stealer, the show stealer, the session stealer was Terica losing their shit completely on the bridge. Not having, I hesitated, like, would Val really have said Severance is your dad in that moment? He probably wouldn't have, but Greg did. And that's what Greg wanted to say. I was like, I got to see more of this. So I just got a shovel full of coal and threw it on the Terica fire. That was the best. And I loved it. Everything about it's amazing. It was an incredible scene. It was an incredible cascade. That's just hard to do. To jump into that stuff is really draining, and to keep going with it is super tough. And my friend, mwah, I fucking loved it. So good. And of course the art, amazing. I mean, we were privy to seeing like our elements kind of brought in as we kind of asked for things, and Void Smoker, incredible. If anybody, I mean, I'm not sure, but Void does amazing work. If you need something done, I mean, I think that speaks for itself. Thank you so much, my friend. It looks fantastic. Just absolutely love it. And chat, you all are the best. You all are always the best. You're always making amazing comments, passion. I can't state it enough. It is my favorite. Now, where you can find me? Hey, guess what? I'm actually going back into the GM's chair
Because I need
on
to update
stream.
your command. I need to update your command
Right,
and put it on
right.
there.
I will be over Unmade Gaming intermittently. Next Saturday, I will be jumping over there to do a little bit of my Tales from the Loop campaign, Atari Twilight. This one is Atari Twilight, Age of Always. And so some of my very, very favorite folks in the world I'm a part of the writer's room with them as we kind of come up with ideas for our 80s games and things like that. Can't wait to play Draft Deer, our a wonderful person in chat, and G, who's
Draft
always
is
here.
amazing.
Yep, and Chris is also going to be there. It's just super fun. Our buddy Mitch will also be there. But anywho, I can't wait to do that. So jump on over there. I'll talk about it again if you are on Discord or anything. My hope is that I don't wither away from now until whenever season 2 happens, because I think people have said it before. This group is a salve. This is every bit. I always say that role playing is therapy for me because I am able to let the walls down, have fun with everybody, even in high tension situations like we find ourselves in Trooper games. But it's all for the greater good, and the greater good, of course, is telling a story and being proud of the work that you do. And I'm proud of everything that involves these fine people, Fox included, chat, everybody. It is it's a pleasure and a source of incredible pride for me to be included in these wonderful stories and surrounded by wonderful people. It's lovely. And I wish you all a lovely time until I see you again. And when the stars come, we'll all be there talking to lions and doing drugs. Later.
Thank you. Yeah, Ari's next because we're going in reverse order as we did last time.
Hi, I'm Ari, Ari Ventures. You can find me online, on Twitter, on Instagram, on the web at mymindfuladventure.com, or in person at Unexpected Productions. I think the show starts at 9 tomorrow. I'll check that on my calendar. It's the late show. Go to the late show is the point there. I'll also be at Storytime. And oh crap, I just had it pulled up on my phone because I was like, I don't remember it right off the top of my head. But I do know that it's at 8:30 Eastern time, and it's on Zeal Daddy. And we'll be talking about how to create characters that are for RPGs that are robust and unique, and how to like sort of dive into them and play them fully so that you can get moments like Tarika's breakdown, which I really did have fun playing. So hats off to Greg for handing me that golden nugget of, yes, he is your father, because that also kind of ties into my hope of just like, oh my gosh, I really kind of want Tarika to lose their shit with the Aslans, and Ari is going to separate their hope from that. But like, yeah, I think that would be kind of fun. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what the world holds. They're fine, and they have a lot of diplomacy training. So there is that to battle as well. They're in a diplomacy setting. In terms of like official, formal love, blah, 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 like chat. Holy cow. You guys are so much fun. Like just getting to like text back to you, interact with you, have you see my moments of like, oh my God, this is happening right now. Like, it is really, really, really a delight to play with that. And then to have the things to bounce off of, like Myth, when you called me, when you were like locked in your room, you're like, Tarika, open up my door. I was like, yes. So it's just so lovely. Thank you so much, Trooper, for like bringing us all together in this place and then building this rich environment and noticing all the little like clues that we drop along the way and turning them into like these, like going like, well, here you go. Here you go. You said you didn't want royalty. Well, guess what, motherfucker? Pardon my French. Anyway. It's delightful.
Hey, but on the
Hey,
plus side, it's
Greg.
important to note.
It's not the
even
first time
though,
I've said it.
Oh yes. I will note that Aloysius Miramore is also still noble, so you're still noble. Still.
That's true.
Yeah.
Problem.
You're so welcome.
Problem. I'm not getting away from it. I'm not getting less royal as a byproduct of this. There's no
Nah.
silver lining.
Mhm.
Oh,
I
sorry.
didn't really know about
Oh
that.
well.
You aren't though. There's not a little bit of you that's sorry.
So I'm excited to toss it over now to Myth, especially because, because now this might have just been a line. It might have been just a thing to say, right? It's like, we always wanted to have children, says the Baron to his wife, who did not find that great. And that's why it tortured people. But I don't know. Maybe he always did want to have children, and now he does. I'm really excited to find out how that works out. So, Myth,
Yep.
I'm tossing it to you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mythomatic, and I'm also Cord. You can follow me on the things, Twitter. No, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just follow me, Mythomatic. You can find it. Wowie. Today was great. What were all the things I need to go through? I was
Who you are, where we can find
Yes.
you, give some love, and what is
Okay.
your hope
Okay.
for the next
Got
season?
it. Perfect. You can find me streaming. I was doing some blacksmithing this week. I'm doing a raven blade for my friend who named Raven. They want to get into filleting, so I'm making them a fillet knife, or butchering. So I'm trying to make them a fillet knife. I'm sculpting a raven skull pommel out of a railroad spike, which has been pretty sweet. So you should stop by, check it out. When I do my streams, that would be sweet. Also, this weekend, Sunday, as in day after tomorrow, I am going to be on episode 1 of Star Wars: Rise of the Apprentice over on twitch.tv/Table Story. So you should definitely, I almost said Tailspire. I love Tailspire, but no, it's Table Story. Go check out Table Story and our Star Wars game. I'm super hyped for it. I'm so excited. I may or may not be doing something after this and getting costume ready because I'm very excited for it. So that's going to be super cool. We're using the Edge system. The one, not the Fantasy Flight one, but not Fantasy Flight because they're not a thing, I guess. Anyway, so we're going to be doing that. It's going to be great. It's a really cool narrative system. I'm very excited. Please come and watch. Please come and check it out. It's going to be sweet. Please come check me out on all the things. And if you want me in one of your games, check me out. And you know where my email is. It's in my Twitter. And all that goodness. It's so much fun playing with all of you. This is an amazing season, an amazing session. I really liked the introspection, psychedelic, an emphasis on psychedelic type of just character work we got to do today. So that was really awesome. I really enjoyed talking to you, Trooper, and having that interview as the character with Trooper and with the narrator was a really, really cool. Really enjoyed that. And thank you for asking all the right questions to let us sort of explore all of the right answers, which has been really great.
I mean, you were all tripping.
And
You were all tripping a lot, so I figured I could talk to you.
oh yeah, it was great. Yeah, it was so good. And loved it. It made total sense as we got to like around the break where we're like, oh, this is what's happening. Yeah, it was just really, really good stuff. So just thank you for that, and just everyone. It's always so wonderful to play with you all. My love today is going to go to Greg, when you did during your interview scene, that whole bit about the redwood desk, and then and beat a man to death, and then what was that? What did you say? Oh, the redwood desk. It was just, there was no like missed beat. It was so well done, and then just it was so, because one, it's funny, right? But two, there was definitely the way that it was being delivered wasn't necessarily you were doing it for the cliche funny bit. You were doing it because this was his subconscious, right?
Yeah.
His subconscious let out the fact that his father did this, and this was a huge thing that weighed on him. And so when you're asked to consciously recall something that has happened to you, you in traumatic response, 3's over it because it was just a really, really great way of showing and not telling that it was in the subconscious of and where that nestled within Val's psyche, and of course with Sue and that whole dynamic later on when that very seamless transition between you talking to your dad versus Sue just still being Sue and talking to you. It was really, really cool. So thank you for that. It was great. My hopes for next season for the Baron is to I think my hopes for the Baron takes up the notebook. I think the hopes for Baron next season is to I want there to be, and I think with Baron too, I think he wants to knit ties with this war that's happening. And he wants to be the needle that knits it.
Mm.
And I don't know what that means yet, but step one is going to be talking with the Aslan. And step two, I feel like, I guess step one was our interactions with the Imperium, which we sort of already know. We sort of have a background with Aloysius. Has like nobility within the Imperium and nobility in the Imperium, and then we just need to start knitting some of these factions together. And I think that, like I said, the best start is going to be in this next scene that we have, and I'm very excited because next scene is going to probably lay out the groundwork for the rest of next season, and I'm very excited about that. So my hopes is as a player to Severance is not to fuck it up, Severance, which I can't blame him for trying. And my hope for Severance is to actually start doing this knitting of these factions because it is what we've been told to do. And right now we just have drugs in our cargo, and we haven't really established much more than that.
Well,
And maybe the people from Marduk, they like us, but that's a couple of planets. That's not an empire.
But planet by planet, right? Step by step. Though you
Step
still
by
have to
step.
figure out what to do about the fact that the people from Marduk might like you, but they don't actually
Right.
control their planet.
No,
GDCO
Yeah.
does.
Edico does.
Yet.
Well,
And
but
they don't control
GDCO
their
also
planet
likes us.
yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
They
GDCO
don't
is
control.
colonizers, so that's
Yes,
fun.
they are. Well, no, they would say they're not. They're just operating the high port.
No colonizer ever says they're a colonizer. Let's get real.
I believe it was the late great Britney Spears that said, "Colonizer, colonizer, you're a colonizer, baby."
That's exactly what she said. That's exactly what she said.
I believe that was it.
Was that right before Oops, I Did It Again?
Yes.
That was it. Yeah.
I will also note, just for the record, one of the things we learned today was that Val's father beat a man in Reno just to watch him die. I was there, and so there was.
That happened.
Dark.
Very well done. That's sick. Very well done.
So good. Yeah, so one of the things is that I know a lot about these characters' backstories, and little bit by little bit, when the time is right, I'm just gonna give them more presents. And look, I'll tell you what, the Harlock will be back, and that's just waiting for some excitement right there. By the
Yeah, I
way,
can't wait to be like, "Hey, what happened?" And she goes, "What happened?" I go, "I don't know." And then everybody goes, "What happened, Severance?" And then we go, "I don't know." It's gonna be real weird.
And then somebody gets run through with the sword for no reason whatsoever other than a nat zero.
That'll happen.
Josh Meehan Art has 1 hour t-shirt, which is fitting.
Hey!
And I'm so excited for that.
And it has
Thank
to
you,
be
Josh.
latex green.
I'm so excited. I am going to message you for all of that business. That is so exciting. But now I'm going to go and read out our donation messages because that is part of my joy. I'm really excited. So, scrolling back. So we have, let's see. we have a $20 donation from Rissa, who's one of our mods, with looking forward to season 2, as am I. Look, players don't pay attention. Chat, can you imagine what's going to happen in season 2? I don't know. I mean, I know some things, but like, I don't know how it's going to play out. Like, what's going to happen? I'm so excited to find out. And also, the Harlock is like a Zodani spy. So like, Anyway, I can't wait for next season. Like, I've got these questions about the White Rabbit. I have questions, and I can't wait to find out. So you and I, chat, you and I, we're going to have to just be here eating our popcorn, waiting for what these folks are going to do and if they're going to be able to, like, pull together. Anyway, look. Then 300 bits from Volpez. Thank you, Volpez, with this message. Wow, already. But I'm cooking dinner. So, in honor of the Aslancian presence and making themselves known, I'm having Indian food. Some reason, while I know tigers would be more correct, they bring it to mind. And of course, like, the Aslan's like, we are not human animals. We are like a whole other species. But that's, there are going to be conversations. I'm very excited. Hawkeye donated 100 bits and says, time to see how well Dr. Val likes white rabbits. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just very excited about that one. A lot, actually. Draft Deer donated $50 and also left a message this time, which I'm very excited about. And the message is, thanks to Trooper and the cast of The Gamblers for this outstanding first season. I'm going to just blame them because they've been amazing. Willing TW left 100 bits right around at our break with this message. And I'm guessing it's around the break because of what the message is. And it was, wow. That was deep. Yeah, so excited. So good. Also, we have here a 100 bits from Willing TW again, twice now, who says, wow, what an episode again. It's been intense note-taking because if you do not know, Willing TW takes notes for us, which then I get to take and then turn into a recap to share with you all later. And then also, Will and TW gave a big cheer to Void Smoker for that amazing art. Onigeek cheered 100 bits with the "Let's go!" like that, and then also waits for the secret announcements now. I hope you enjoyed them. Carbon Skies, who's brand new, has just shown up. Welcome in, Carbon Skies. Welcome to the Academic Foxhole. We're a bunch of just cool people, I suppose. And welcome in, and has just given us lots of 17 lovely Corgo bits. 300 bits from Volpus, who says, till season 2. There's too much hype. I'm loving it. 25 bits from BP Phantom, who says, this season, OMG. This episode, OMG. This whole everything, OMG. Much love to y'alls, and thanks for your time. We have 100 bits from Stormbender327, also one of our new friends coming in, says, awesome finale, great job all, can't wait for season 2. Yes. Stormbender327 gave 100 bits and says, extra bits for Crash Jones, Future Man. I'm so excited for this Crash Jones next week. I'm so excited you don't even know. I'm so excited. Josh Meehan Art has donated 300 bits and says, cheers to you all. What a wonderful season. Sending love to you all. Big props to Void Smoker and the amazing art. Yes. Valtiel donated 1,000 bits and says, big love to you all, and gave a big old heart. One of the hearts actually was made by our other mod and emote artist, Jer, who's lovely. We also have some Excel. We've got a new follow. And then one last one in 100 bits from Stormbender327, who says, Aslan look more like caracols, right? And it's true. They look more like caracols. Yeah. They do. But people, are a little bit Aslan are a little bit touchy about people being kind of gross. So we'll see how a bunch of people whose entire homeland was bombed by them will deal with them next season.
2/3 of which are currently high.
Yeah. Volpez, by the way, says, luckily something tells me Kareen is an old hand. We'll hold Wesley's hand and make sure he has a fine first trip. She is an old hand. It's true, actually. She's been around. So, my friends, this was, I saw your Witcher. Oh, thank you, Carbon Skies. You all have been lovely. I adore you all. And Rissa says the Harlock is going to learn not to be absent. Hey, sometimes when you're absent, somebody's instinct to start porting people here and there just kicks in. And
to be fair, The Harlock was ported off of the ship by the same person that she decked out in latex. It's a vicious circle, everybody.
I know,
This is
I
the
know.
reality.
Vicious.
So maybe
sometimes
what
you
we
got to
learn
get
in
trapped in highly reflective green material, and then sometimes you're trapped in highly reflective green material.
neither latex nor mirrors actually breathe well. So that's
That's exactly it.
We all learn lessons.
we all
Mhm.
learn lessons. I want to thank you all. I expect some exciting reflections about this season. I'm gonna let's chat with folks, see what they have to say. I'm really excited, and this has been lovely. And I have to say, there was Mongoose, by the way, who is the company that makes this version of Traveler, put out a blog post about what they've been up to this last couple of years, and they've been talking about how they're moving their company towards employee controlled and then eventually employee owned, and they've made it so that the employees decide what's going to happen, what they're going to do, where they're going to put the profits, and they've been really making it so that everybody who's a member of the company gets to decide what the future of the company is and how they work and what they'll do. And apparently it's been really great, and I just want to say props. It's really nice in the sort of era that we're in to hear about a company doing like really cool egalitarian, awesome, progressive, forward thinking things, and that just makes me really proud to be
Oh
running
yeah.
this game by them. So how cool is that? And the owner says that they're working on actually making it employee owned actually as soon as they can, and that's just pretty awesome. So I'm proud to be running this show. I'm proud to have these amazing players playing with me and giving me their time, and I'm really proud to have such great people in chat. And you all have been lovely. Y'all take care of yourselves. And that was the Parent Trap. Apparently we'll be back next week. Some Crash Jones space adventures.
Yeah.
Yes. Bye everybody.